Yeah, you know what? You're right. This isn't the most entertaining of things to go over. Who was it who said that earlier? It wasn't Sponge the Bob, it was somebody. Make helicopter companies great again. What the fuck? Not JC either. But yeah, this isn't the most entertaining, I guess, when it comes to streams that DSP can do. It's entertaining to a very, very select few folks. Specifically because, you know, we want to see DSP's takes on politics in general. Yeah, intro scam? Yeah, I don't have whatchamacallit on. Oh, it was you? Yeah, okay. I get it, Barry. It's entertaining for me specifically because it is a window into a side of Phil that really isn't shown. But realistically, we're not going to get much in terms of the actual political side Phil. Let's be real and honest. Everything with Ann is entertaining. That's a fucking lie. You don't have to gas me up like that. Come on now. I'm not that deluded. But yeah, I'm kind of glad I did not. I had today off, but today was mostly to get stuff done around the house. I do have tomorrow off as well. Originally, I had it planned for 24 hours, but I have to change plans, unfortunately. It'll be long streams or a long stream tomorrow, or maybe 2 sets of streams tomorrow. I really don't know. But a lot of plans changed. I'm having to do a lot of nonsense on Saturday, very early in. A lot of driving too, and a lot of nonsense tomorrow as well, which may end up having me split what I gotta do. So I realistically just can't even do it. I'll reschedule it. Effectively, it was just an attempt another 24-hour to make up for the fact that I did not have a proper 24-hour. Although I don't even think I will have a proper 24-hour when I do the official one that I gotta do anyway on December. But I'm just gonna stream a bunch. That's my promise, just to stream a fuck ton. And then whenever I crash, just come back online and then complain and then just be like, yeah, guys. And then you're gonna be like, yeah, we know, Ann. And I'll be like, yeah, I know. That's how it's gonna be. At this point, we're just gonna get, you know what? It's gonna be inevitable. It's just gonna be a rebuild, a teardown rebuild. I'm just not looking forward to it. To plan it out. Money is already spoken for. Karma's probably crying about that too right now. Yeah, you know what? I can already hear it in Karma's voice right now. He's gonna be crying and seething and shitting himself right now. That's my money, he would say. And I would be like, nope. And then he's gonna have to deal with it, you know? But yeah, a whole lot of nonsense. A whole crap ton of nonsense. All this and more coming up on DSP. Wait, what does it call himself? DSP Gaming Real. What a fucking name. What an actual clown of a name. DSP Gaming Real. He could have just named himself, I don't know, Dark Side Phil? Maybe they were all taken. That's what it was. They were all taken. He just had to name himself Real to kind of cope. I'm using the words he likes to use. Come on, man. Jingle a V2 model, Forest will entertain. Speaking of, pick up Nal dancing Kino. She is such a mess. I just want her out of the picture completely. Completely ruined everything with Cobra. I swear to God, breaking that fucking seal of protection that he had completely ruined him. It should have never lifted that dry spell, man. It was the only thing that was keeping him, you know, sane. Okay, let's see. Can we use, we're gonna reuse. I was debating on whether or not I wanted to play a game too. Yeah, we'll keep it like that. Speaking of VTuber style nonsense, We have the most recent costume by Ludwig World Order. He said, you need to be like a fucking pilgrim style pilgrim. So apparently pilgrim is on the menu or something. I guess this makes me feel like I'm, what, 17th century? 18th century? I feel like I need to be praying right now and wear a veil. Wear a fucking veil, you idiot. So I have his Kick channel up. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know. He's gonna start eventually. I didn't watch the okay, I'll lie. I watched a total of 1 minute and 30 seconds of DSP's flight sim stream. It was god awful. It was worse than I was expecting, and I really wasn't expecting anything. But we only did, you know, about 2.5 hours of flying, which I figured that was going to be the case. I didn't realize it was going to be that little of nonsense. At some point, he crashes something, he flies around, and then he looked at Hogwarts, which is what I tuned in for. I didn't like the Hogwarts segment. The Hogwarts segment was fucking ass. A witch. Oh, don't start calling me a witch now. I don't want to be trial by fire and all that shit. Flight sim stream was awful. Yeah, so I'm kind of glad that I did not tune in for this. If I did, I would have been probably a little pissed. I will say this, I didn't know he went on Amazon, and I can only imagine the things he was saying, because he really doesn't understand how to assess anything on Amazon. What was he saying?
You are an incredible dunce. Anyway,
okay, somebody probably said something.
So yeah, different levels of PC that I'm looking at.
Levels
and
of
I'm not
PC.
Sure if these
Level
are ones.
one,
These are the early
yes.
Black Friday deals. They just launched.
Oh my god!
So,
can you imagine if we were gonna get this every day?
I'm thinking about it.
I hope not. Maybe it's gonna be like twice a week.
Oh, you know what's
like
funny?
the
They called this the
casual
Indiana
nose
Jones
pick, too.
RTX 40 series bundle.
Look at this.
That my gaming PC was the Black Myth Wukong bundle, and they never sent the code for Black Myth Wukong. I had to buy it. They literally never gave the code, so I never got the game for free.
That's a weird thing to say, by the way, because I basically just admit that he's the one who purchased it. Because if it's gonna have the bundle, it's gonna go to whoever purchased it. You know that, right? And you know, wasn't the storyline supposed to be that he got this gaming PC from somebody? Yeah, you don't just actually just say that without realizing what you just said. I don't know.
What a bunch of assholes.
Don't think about it too much.
These are the Indiana Jones bundles.
Don't think about it.
Yeah.
It also is
Jones.
supplies last kind of thing.
This one you don't.
Pick up Indiana Jones.
Oh god, they still have Alienware.
Look at this nonsense. He's looking at some Skytex. Those are fine. I don't like. Could you imagine pairing a 650 with a 4070 with a 40 series? I don't imagine, like, the power draw alone for the 40 series, it has to be pushing the limits of that power supply. It has to. It's got to be basically barely able to do what it's needing to do. Oof.
This one you don't.
He doesn't really know what he's looking for, I guess.
Oh god, they still have Alienware. Oh my god, who would pay $3,000 for an Alienware computer? All right, I just want to click on it just for the hell of it.
I just want to click on the sponsored link. Let me click on the sponsored link.
I know the Alienware's all different now, right? Doesn't Alienware, aren't they owned by another company now? Didn't Dell buy them or something?
Dell bought them out
right?
like in like almost 20 years ago, Phil. That's almost 20 years ago.
I mean, honestly, what's even that good in this? What is even that good in this? Right? Is this even as good as mine right now?
Does he
and
even
mine
know?
Wasn't this expensive.
Can he figure it out?
And it doesn't even look good. Look at how it looks. That's not even like a visually appealing case. What? It's not. It's ugly.
DSP
That's ugly shit.
DSP, king of aesthetics, is gonna be sitting here. Man, this sucks. This fucking sucks. Where are the RGBs, man? Yeah, the actual problem with modern gamers. actual factual problem with modern gamers right now.
Ugh.
Brother,
Look at this Legend 3 design. Yeah, it looks like shit. Who would want that? Why would you spend that much money? Seriously. Anyway, I wouldn't get that.
What will you get?
I'm looking at something like this. I'm being told that this is probably around the range of what I want for a capture streaming PC. The idea is that
he literally
I want to be able to do 3 processes at once. Process number 1 is recording locally to my hard drive to upload to YouTube at a very high bit rate, such as 20,000 kilobits per second.
Okay.
Okay.
Record and
Number
stream.
2 is I want to stream to YouTube at an incredibly high bit rate, say between 15,000 to 20,000 kilobits
Don't say
per second.
run OBS.
And then number 3, I want to stream to Kick at the lower bit rate, which is their maximum of 8,500 kilobits per second. So I basically need a computer that could do all 3. That's what I'm looking at, okay? That's why if you're like, oh, why do you need it that powerful? That's why. I would basically need a GPU.
No. All he needs is a good processor. That's all he needs. He just needs an SSD and a processor that's good for multitasking. That's it. That's literally it. What do you, oh my God. Okay, look. If you're going to be multitasking and you're going to be multi-streaming, realistically, even if you're going to be using the GPU for like some of the work, nothing you are going to be doing in terms of just purely streaming. If you're just going to do nothing but capture something, your CPU is like the only thing that you have to realistically worry about. And then having a good SSD. That's it. That's literally it. He doesn't have to get a Threadripper or something, but he's acting like I need to have a good GPU on top of it. This is absolutely lunatic levels of stupidity.
That can do at least 2 to 3 streams at once.
You can save an upgrade for my 3060.
If you can do 2, then maybe I could have the CPU.
I'd hold unless you're. Yeah, I'd probably hold to see what's going to happen post tariffs.
So
you're basically looking at possibly a rise in prices here in the spring, depending on what's enacted first.
That's right. I want something that's
the 3060 can get you by for
PC
basic
here.
stuff. Though.
That's going to be able to do what I want for a long time as well.
I'm looking for a MOBO swap and a new CPU.
That's right. The whole idea of me migrating from this PC to my wife's PC from 2017 was necessity. That I needed to do that because this PC is dying, which it is. The fans are dying. The hard drive's dying. There's all these issues. The USB ports are dying. It's having all these issues.
These are all things he can replace. But now, USB's the hardest one to replace, but like everything else,
a modern one. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to buy a better modern new PC. Okay.
So this is the initial 2080 can still do a lot.
One of these 3. This one would be on the lower end to save a little bit of money and not spend as much. It is a lower end graphics card. I think it's a slightly worse all around.
It's slightly worse all around. A 4060 Ti, we're running a 600 watt fucking PSU. I don't know what brand that is, which is it's just whatever. Look, something about this, these kind of specs start sketching me out. It really does. Because I don't know what the fuck they're running. I don't know what kind of pieces we're slapping in here. I'm not saying that these are bad. I'm just saying this kind of scares me a little.
Would be they're about equivalent.
Just a little.
I don't really know the distinct difference between the two, honestly.
Yeah, he can't tell what the hell's going on. He's just looking at Skytech.
That's kind of what I'm looking at.
Skytech's not a terrible brand. I think it's got like bloatware in it, but that's about it.
I don't see any good Black Friday deals. Whether it's on Amazon, Amazon would be ideal because Amazon, I'm on Prime and I can get it shipped like right away.
Yeah, a lot of bloatware.
If there's something wrong,
I wouldn't call it a bomb.
Amazon, and I know that there's a ton.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they list the parts page towards the bottom. I don't think they're going to list the specific brands of the parts.
All right.
That's
but if you see a good deal, send it
my way. But they do break these out.
All right.
Yeah, just keep an eye out, guys. Do the work for me.
Because I need to know.
Let me know.
I'm very curious what I should get.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, there you go. That was DSP shopping for a PC. He shopped till he dropped, and he looked at a... What was this?
I could afford that.
What? No, he's saying I couldn't afford that.
All the Alienwares are butt ugly. Like, I'm looking at all of them. Oh, now here we go.
Okay, he just sorted by price.
All right, hold on.
That's what he did. He sorted by price. He was looking at Alienware and he was like, let me take a look at something expensive,
This is what
guys.
I need. Are you ready for this?
He doesn't even know
these specs. We're talking top of the line.
Top of the line, by the way. We're talking about Empowered PC store selling Panorama Gaming PC. It's got a 4090, which they are kind of expensive right now. 192 gigs of DDR5, 4 terabyte SSD, a 12 terabyte hard drive, because sure, why the fuck not? It's water cooled with a closed loop. I don't know why it advertises Wi-Fi 7, but okay, sure, Wi-Fi 7, Windows 11, and best pre-built RGB gamer computer. He just literally looked up the fucking, can I get the most expensive you got on the market? Bruh. What is it running for a fucking, what is it running for a CPU? Huh? Oh, it's a, I don't even know. I actually don't even know what it's running. At first I was like, is there, okay, there it is. The fucking 24 core. What is this? Ultra 9, it's the new series. You know what? You know what's throwing me off? The Intel changed the way it's labeling its shit now. I'm used to like reading out like, okay, it's like an i9, i7. It's going to be like a 14th gen. It's going to be whatever. I'm looking at this like, huh? What the fuck? I completely forgot that's what they're naming it now. The Ultra 9. God damn.
The Panorama.
Yeah, fuck this new naming scheme. AMD's doing the same thing too. I hate
Ultra
this.
Ultra 9 285K processor.
Yeah, ultra new but slower from the last year.
92 gigabytes.
It's running at 3.7 gigahertz. I guess that's like fucking, you could probably overclock it, but I don't know. Well, I mean, he wouldn't know how to overclock it, but like I wouldn't know what this would support for fucking overclocking. Let's be real.
DDR5 RAM.
Yeah, the giggle bit.
Who the fuck needs 192 gigabytes of RAM?
Is that with the 2 sticks? Can we actually just be serious for a second? With the picture they're showing, it just has 2 sticks of RAM. How did they? Okay, how did they fit all of that into 2 sticks? That's the real question right there. But yeah, he was just kind of like window shopping and whatnot. Eventually he would play Flight Sim, but this is what you would have been seeing, which I'm glad that we didn't have to listen to the motor. But
look out for the boats.
Is this what anybody wanted to see? He wasn't even like talking about like, you know, back in the day, I used to like live in Yugoslavia and, you know, I used to live in the mean streets and shit. No, he was just kind of like doing this for hours, literally for hours. I don't need to see this.
We'll do Orlando Crossing.
Wait, what happened? You know, I don't even care. He probably crashed. I truly don't care.
But we're gonna go on the ride anyway. On the Jurassic Park ride.
That was the other thing too. He was walking around with a helicopter and he was like landing in the park and this.
If only you could walk faster.
This is literally Google Earth. Legit just Google Earth. Why the fuck would you want to watch somebody play this? Like for multiple hours.
Look for bottles of Maker's Mark. Wow. He's down there somewhere. Somewhere down there in a shack.
The music is loud. Great. I see Cobra's Wand Apprentice Warlord made his return to Cove stream. I did not.
Do a flyover.
I did hear that apparently he's getting some jail time though. Hello, Dwight. Yeah, this was very meaningful. Overall, I think everybody was like tired of all of this. He even went on break. That's pretty cool. Wow.
Right.
So I'm kind of glad I did not restream any of that. That would have been just awful, 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 awful. Well, I didn't subject anybody to it. But what if I did? If I did, I feel like I would have been a pretty bad person. But cool things were happening. Somebody also brought to my attention that apparently DSP's after his kick stream. No, wait. After his stream, he was I don't know, like he was getting ready to do the daily rap, I think? Or maybe it was after the daily rap. Maybe he was just recording everything, but apparently it was on Kick. And then you just get to see this.
Guys, thank you so much for understanding I couldn't be here earlier today. Tomorrow we get back to a full day of streams. I'm pumped. I hope you are too. See you tomorrow for a fun podcast. Yeah, a fun podcast, flight sim, and
fun podcast.
Yes, politics. Peace out. Have a good night.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
He just kind of congratulates himself. And then he just does this. He mutes his mic and he starts talking to himself. Because he's not talking to anybody. Muted. But it's like he's going over a checklist, like he's reading things out loud. He could have started picking his nose right here and we wouldn't have known. It's the pun podcast. But this reminds me of the last time that he forgot to like turn off his stream. And he did this thing where he like self-congratulated himself. Like even this right here, that little ditty that he did. Look at this. He does this thing where he literally clapped his hands there. That's a clapping hand motion. Look. Tinker, clap hands. He like congratulated himself and is still talking to himself right now. How ridiculous is this? He shows us the little thing. So spoiler alert, what you're going to get ready to see, guys. Where is it? Shows up for like a split second. It's like for a frame. There you go. So that's what you get to see today, which is his little soapbox thing. I could take a picture of that and crop it out and put it on here if I really truly wanted to. Don't tempt me. But there you go. There's the soapbox. It's going to be his thing when he's going to have to make his little speech about whatever the fuck he wants to talk about. And that's all she wrote. Yeah, this is him setting up for the stream. He's still talking to himself right now. He's literally still talking to himself. Nobody can hear this. The stream is active, but the mic is muted. And he was literally talking to himself. The mind of a serial killer at work. Isn't it funny? I'm on the soapbox. Yeah, I know, right? This is, that's it. That's how he sets up. Now, to be fair, when I set up for a stream, like, I do a lot of stuff, like, look, I'm not going to pretend that when I'm not setting up for a stream, I'm not going to be sitting here looking at the camera and then making, like, making stupid faces and shit. Like, I do that. I literally do that. I'll make sure I'll start up all my little programs so they're all running. All of them are fucking running so I can see all the chat and I can have everything monitored. I do a lot of stuff like that. But it's kind of funny to see how little he really does with it. So to stream, you're not prepping a grip. That is true. It was just such, I don't know. It was such nonsense. It truly was a whole lot of nonsense. But there you go. That's what you would have missed if you would have watched DSP Game Man or something. I don't fucking know. Hey, look, I'm 18 plus, and I get to listen to the pre-stream music. Or I would say I'd like to listen to the pre-stream music, but you know what? Actually, do I want to keep that at 5%? No, because even at 5%, it's annoying. I actually just don't even want to listen to it. We'll put it in theater mode though. So hopefully you're ready to listen to the politics. Initially, I was thinking whether or not I wanted to start up, what is it, the fishing game? Yeah, the fishing game, web fishing. I thought about it, but I don't know. I don't want to split my attention when there's no attention to be had. I feel like I should give at least some level of attention to DSP if he's going to talk about politics. You're hyped? Well, I'm glad somebody's at least hyped. I'm a little bit hyped for it, but it's like hyped because I know what I'm going to see is just going to be so dumb. It's not even going to be worth paying attention to. Said it many times, but Sledgehammer is literally the menu music from Fight Club DVD. Did he spoil the topics? Apparently he did already spoil the topics. Somebody was spoiling me about it as well. He's going to be talking about RFK. I don't know exactly what he's going to be talking about. He has some local news shit that he also has to talk about too. I don't think he's going to talk about Matt Gaetz. Even if he does, I don't think there's a whole lot he's going to speak towards Matt Gaetz. There was also, what else is he going to talk about? Something for his local area, and he was going to watch some fucking clips. So I think I'm a little interested to see what kind of clips he's going to show. RFK addressing the serial issues. I mean, there's a lot of your issues to address. Local crime, local crime is probably going to be one of them. Trump derangements. Oh yeah, that's right. TDS is going to be talked about. Which, I mean, that's just another way of saying I'm just going to laugh at Twitter. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, that's what most people are doing. What are the big news for TDS sufferers? There are several people that are attempting to go to Blue Sky. The people who are over there at Blue Sky are like reporting each other. They're literally doing the, you know, the 2 Spider-Men and they're all pointing at each other and shit. No, 3 Spider-Men. They're all pointing at each other and nobody knows who's who. And they're all like reporting each other for nonsense. What is it? Ellen DeGeneres moved to the EU. That's something, right? She's gone. Yeah, 3,000 reports per day. It shot up. I'm on Blue Sky. Doog, go blue. I mean, you can be on Blue Sky if you want. I don't fucking care. Ellen hiding from the Diddy trail. Ellen is so irrelevant. I can't remember the last thing she's done, to be fair. I don't know. It's just a whole lot of nonsense. I just want to hear his take on RFK, because there's no way. Like, what is DSP, the guy who's been sitting here and championing eating fast food or eating his wife's cooking, which we haven't even heard about in a long time, how he's gonna talk about anything food related? Is he gonna bring up like a fast food restaurant? Is he gonna bring up the fucking like the sandwich shop, and he's gonna talk about how the sandwich shop being like relegated to using materials that maybe they don't want to, or it's more expensive or whatever? I don't know. I'm joining a social media platform where my username is a whole ass URL. Yeah, no, right? I'm on there, dudes. Big ups. This guy is not that bad. You guys are buying it all. Well, see, I can understand if you're wanting to go there specifically for art, but what's happening with a giant influx of folks, you're going to have a lot of the nonsense that spills over. And that is what the current talking point is about Blue Sky. It's a lot of people are using it as a way in which they can jump ship over to, what is it, Dorsey's like little pet project as an alternative to Twitter, in hopes that it's like a new platform in which social media can now be established, and old mainstream media can now have their foothold into like a new place where they can express their talking points without being challenged. That's like the big thing. Because if you're going to say like Twitter is nothing but, you know, political shit and news, it's like, no, that's not true. A lot of people use it for art and for fucking memes and for cats and shit. Like, that's what they do. It's whatever. You're going to show your newest music videos. You're going to show clips of something that happened. You're going to promote your own crap. But I mean, it's the same way with Blue Sky too. It's just a different flavor of crowd, or at least that's the crowd that they're currently marketing towards. It's like Reddit. It's like some people are like, yeah, Reddit's not that bad, but it's like, yeah, but Reddit is currently catering to a particular crowd that makes it kind of crappy, at least to some users. It's kind of unusable to some users. That's the kind of something that you need to maybe take into consideration why some people might not like the new plays. It is what it is. Look at what happened to look how well True Social is doing. How good are we doing over there? Are we all over to fucking Twitter again? It kind of sucks, but it's what happens when you have a lot of centralization of just like 1 or 2 major apps. You're just gonna have everybody talking about the one app, and anything on the side is just not gonna do so good. I remember how much I wanted to potentially jump over to God damn it, what was it? It was not Odyssey. It was the other thing. I thought about whether or not I wanted to try Rumble. Yeah, remember Mastodon? God damn. Mastodon's fucking dead. Nobody fucking uses that. Jack Dorsey actually left Blue Sky a year ago. And he said he was going to try. He was going to go to X. That's kind of telling too. That is correct as well, Chalky. At some point, a lot of these places just kind of devolve down into echo chambers. I don't know. Kind of get what you get. BitChute. Yeah, you know what? It was actually BitChute. I didn't try Mines, but I had an account on BitChute for like 5-6 years, and I was actually ready to, like, I was thinking, oh, okay, maybe I should start putting my backups there. But then I was like, yeah, nobody really uses BitChute. I don't really want to go to it. So I kind of put it down. I was like, yeah, maybe if we want to try BitChute one day, we might, but you know, whatever. Remember Odyssey? Yeah. I mean, Odyssey's still around and some people do use it. It's just, I don't know. It was a great repository area, but that was about it. Blue Sky will ban porn for moral reasons, but because the anti-porn left and gooners will fight each other, just like Tumblr. Yeah. I don't know. I feel bad for the artists, because the artists, I you know what? I'll stick on Twitter mostly because I just like to see, oh, okay, what kind of artists? I follow like 50 different artists that just draw like Corone promotional art. Literally just pictures of Corone. Of course, there's lewd shit as well. There's like fan art for Xenoblade. I've maybe followed at least 200 or 300 accounts that just drew fucking Xenoblade art at some point. Just because it's like, yeah, I just want to see more Xenoblade, please. Maybe convince me to go back or something. Internet loves fucking artists. Loves to fuck over artists or loves artists? Fuck yeah. Because both can apply, to be honest. Artists are always getting fucked over. AI is the newest thing that they're worried about getting fucked over with. And the thing is that Twitter isn't like the only thing that's going to fuck them over. Google's already doing a good job scraping around. They're gonna help change the landscape for AI. Just you wait. Positivity ode, my ass. Artists don't like the right wing, but the left wing always censor them under the guise of enlightened thought. It's a crapshoot. It really is. This is all because of, what was it, Tumblr? Yeah, all because of Tumblr going down. Tumblr was still around. At least there would be like one central area to put these guys into. Patreon allows AI art too, and gifted memberships. The Patreon's like going through another change in service, which how much they're going to be charging folks. They're kind of like slipping that by. I know, I can only imagine how many people are kind of slowly leaving Patreon and trying to use different areas and shit. Tumblr was a hellhole. Yeah, but at least it kept everybody contained at Tumblr. That was a thing. Opening it up for everybody to go to Twitter, it was nice for the art, but then you get the spillover as well, and then a lot of nonsense. Explain lewd content to me? I don't think I could explain that. I was about to say, can I bring up an image that would constitute that? Yeah, there we go. Heckle Mama would be considered lewd art, especially in this area. The breast. That would be considered lewd art. Thank you in advance. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Is he done?
The more, the merrier, as they
Hell
say.
yeah, we're finally talking.
So hopefully it continues, right? I hope that you guys are going to enjoy 4 major subjects and then some minor.
Not a whole lot
of.
Well, actually,
you know, I'll be shouting out
slightly Captain Alex news
during the course of the stream, including
he is
subs and tips. That's the 3 ways.
He is really going through it. He's doing the "If I Ruled the World" segments.
Meaning I am attempting to hit the $150 King's Task goal during the stream.
The King Pass?
And if I do, the streak continues of support.
You know, I gotta
that means tomorrow we'll be doing a smash burger.
Oh, God. I can't.
DSP tries it. Now, I actually had said something earlier today. This is what I wanted to talk to you guys about before we began tonight. I made a offer/challenge to my audience this morning. Here is the offer/challenge. Okay.
All right, let's hear it.
So, there are 3 different places in my area that make smash burgers that deliver to my home.
He is
one
not.
One is Jack in the Box. One is
He
Sonic,
is not going to order multiple
Shake
burgers, is
Shack.
he?
We tried to determine where to order from this morning, and we could not come to a conclusion. So I made the challenge. Listen.
No.
If we hit all the goals, I'll order from one.
No.
If we raise $50 extra, I'll order from 2.
You're kidding
And we will
me.
do a head-to-head taste test. Okay? Or if we raise $100 extra between now and tomorrow's daytime stream, I will order from all 3 places, have 3 different smash burgers delivered at the same time, and do the first ever triple taste testing on DSP Tries It tomorrow.
I don't even think this is the first time he's ever had a... Whatever. I'm pausing and I don't need a pause.
We've done the show. Okay?
I don't need to
We already hit the
this.
goal earlier, and we raised
I'm not doing
$36 extra.
I'm not going to pretend.
36. So that means tonight, if we can hit the goal of 150, and then if we can get an additional $64 in support,
wait, what?
I'm doing a triple taste test tomorrow on DSP Tries It.
Yeah.
How insane is that?
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
Right? Unprecedented. So let's get it going tonight. Let's get some support in. As you know, I'll shout out the support during the show between the segments. Thank you all in advance. I already just received my first contribution. I just received a $5 tip from Score. Why does it seem like Biden and Harris are
This is so petty. Holy cow. I don't even think this is
like they're doing
pettiness.
Destroy America speedrun because Trump won, laughing my ass off.
This is...
Guess what?
Maybe
We're
gluttony
covering
at
that
work?
tonight. I'm not kidding. That was one of my major stories that we were going to cover tonight.
So
rather than jump the gun here, you know, and get ahead of
myself. Yeah, he really is asking for
I
a
think we should wait,
What's the thought, man?
And then we will cover it.
My thoughts on
live.
Jews
It is
taking
gonna be
over
one of the
space.
topics that gets discussed. Okay.
I don't know.
So let's not jump the gun, but thank you. There was no name there, right?
Do we have the
Just an
Jewish
anonymous
space
$5
program up and
tipper.
running? We can
Our
see some
first
floating
contribution of the
yarmulkes
night.
out there.
Thank you
That's
so
pretty
very
cool.
much. 5 on the board. 145 to go. Or if we're trying to hit the total goal, like I said, of you know, it'll be 200, what was it, 216? Because we hit 186 earlier. So we need an additional 24 to do the double. Oh, forget, we'll just figure it out. I'm not going to sit here and start doing math now. But hey, every little bit counts. Additional will help and allow us to do
That's a little too hard.
Triple taste test
It
tomorrow.
is kind of a shame that... I mean, it does act like a live stream. If I have to, I can go on raw fill.
Okay.
If it gets a little silly.
Oh, his name was Score? Is that what it said? His name was Score? Okay, my bad. I missed his name by accident. Let me get his name on it. It was Score. Okay. Sorry, I
Can't wait
missed
for
his
the
name.
news topic that we're going to cover
Oh, by the way,
first.
no super chats tonight. So let's get rid of this. This will make the leaderboard a lot more manageable. Just subs, gifted subs, and tips tonight here on DS Politics. Very nice.
You know, now that I think about it, am I counting for a view? Would it be better if I wasn't here? That actually would be better if I think about it.
You want to chat? I was going to start
I
around
don't want to
7:15.
contribute to these views.
Anything you guys want to chat about? Any last minute topic?
You know what? Now that I think about it, I am going to do this with raw fill. Because ultimately, this does count for a view. And the last thing that I want is for DSP to get a view.
And then we will roll right into the show.
Specifically because of, you know, the nonsense. It'll add towards his ability to make some money or something.
He's oversleeping on the dresser. On top of it. Basically, I bought myself some new sweatpants.
I actually think this stream has a chance of being worse than
and I've been wearing them for the past couple of weeks.
This as
and my old
wholeheartedly as I
sweatpants
could
that don't fit me anymore because I lost weight.
If Philip
basically just put them on top of
Minecraft
the
stream, I would smile the biggest smile I've ever smiled.
I don't think he's going to do that, though. The only way that's going to happen if Jasper dies and Cat leaves him.
Dresser, and he snuggles in them. He loves
I don't think we're
snuggling in
getting
old
that.
clothes. So he's snuggling in there.
At least not
taking
now,
a nap
anyway.
right now. But he is good. He was here a lot earlier today.
Yeah, this will be fine. This literally does what I need to do, which is just have everything in a spot. I kind of forgot that
Can we hit
he's trying
1K
to work
views again this
towards,
week? Doubtful. I do feel like that was an initial burst of interest last week because it was the first time I'd ever done
Let's hear that again.
initial burst of interest.
Yeah. initial burst.
Can we hit 1K views again this week? Doubtful. I do feel like that was an initial burst of interest last week.
It's so aggressive with that.
It was the first time I'd ever done a political show.
Ah,
I don't
yes.
think
The
we're going
initial
to be hitting
burst.
1,000 this week, just being honest. I could be wrong. These are
Still
some good topics this
bursting
week. I
at
think
the
people are going to be
seams.
interested in hearing my take on. But I think that was a one-time deal. I still think we'll get a decent audience here, but I don't think we're getting 1,000. You know, we'll see. Then again, last week I got 1,000 viewers, and Kino Casino was broadcasting.
I don't know why, but
They're not
every
even
time I see that
broadcasting.
one slide of like the Pentagon, I keep thinking it says the Pentagon.
I'm just happy to have an
I
audience.
feel like if somebody wanted to
about this
edit
stuff.
that, they could literally edit DSP like standing at a podium with the picture of
Okay,
the
hold on,
Pentagon, and you could just call it the Dentagon, and you could have like a little dent on one of the sides,
And again,
and it would be
last chance, I would
infinitely
say,
funny
you wanna
to
get,
describe the politics.
your contributions in now, please do. That way I could shout them out
Imagine
before we
Dave
begin and I get
begging
into my
to pay
topics, because I'll
alimony.
probably be doing shout outs between topics tonight so I don't lose my train of
Man,
thought.
what a world that
Okay.
would be, right? Yeah, it's a lot of prep for something that's really just going to be talking about some videos. He's really just, what are we doing? What are we waiting for? The numbers are already up.
Well,
The
I
sooner
talk about
this
what's
is
happening
done, the
with Kino
sooner
and
I'm
Andy.
out.
I don't know what's happening.
Oh, God.
I have no idea what's happening. You guys are
Trying to
coming on
bring
my
this up.
streams telling me there's drama and stuff. I don't know.
Okay, so from what I could gather, the little that I could gather, I saw somebody directed me towards the post on Kiwi Farms. It was on another thread as well. It was a summed up thing. Basically, in 2023, there was apparently a big old party in Vegas, and there were actual blackjack and hookers. And Andy may have relapsed or something, and they were fucking hookers, and I don't know. Like, I don't know what to say. I don't know. Andy did some coke? Is that, look, okay, if Andy relapsed and did coke, am I going to be surprised? Not really. There you go. More news at 11, I guess.
I have no clue. I know nothing about it.
Let's say.
I didn't hear anything about
it. The stories are like all over
So I
the
don't even know
place
what you're talking about.
too.
I don't.
Oh,
I have
I'm
no
sorry.
idea.
I'm sorry. Black hookers. Black hookers. I'm sorry. I gotta correct the record.
No, I know what the rumor is. It's I don't know if it's
man.
true. Like you're bringing it up like, gee, Phil, what do
They
you have
had
to
to help
say?
a dude
What do you
thrust
I have nothing
into
to
a
say.
hooker.
I don't know
Yeah, I
what you're
heard that
saying is
too,
true
but,
or not.
like-
This is the
Like, rationally, just for a second, just imagine that. You have to assume the story is true. Imagine it. Somebody had to help another dude thrust into a hooker. That's insanity.
equivalent of one of my detractors saying
What
shit about
the
me,
fuck?
and then everyone repeating it and asking everyone what they think about it when it's just a detractor who said something about me. Do you know if it's true or not? I don't. So I have nothing to say. If I knew it was true, I would say something. If I knew it was outright false, I would
Sounds
say something. But
homo,
I
I
don't,
agree.
I don't
The
live
problem
with the guys
Phil
from
has
Casino.
right now is that
You
Phil
know,
used
I talk to them
Kino as a
every once in a
crutch as
while.
the people giving him another
And,
chance, and now it's
you know,
been
then we do
ruined.
some work
I
together.
don't think it's necessarily
That's
been
the
ruined.
like,
I think
not
that
bros, we
there
don't
may
talk
be
about
a
friends, we don't talk
potential
every day.
stain, but I
I don't
think
have
most of the
insider
people on Kino
You're coming to
Casino,
the wrong place.
at least the viewers,
You know?
are honestly not going to care. For the most part.
I don't even know
I
what the
think
rumor
the
is.
only
All I
thing
know
that
is you
comes
guys
out of
tell
it
me,
is
so I
a
don't pay
big
attention.
pay
Again,
pig
I go
was
through
the
this
one who
literally
fueled
every
it
day with my
and
detractors. Why
was
people
bitter
would
about
care
it.
or give any kind of
And
attention
that
to it,
after
I don't know.
Worski's
Because I tell
fight
you not
with
to pay attention to
Salt
mine.
Poppy,
Bam.
I can't remember the guy's name.
Right?
I think that's his name.
If you're here,
After
you
the
might
fight
not
with that
think
guy,
my detractors bullshit.
apparently
Why
there
would
was
you
like
leave someone
20 or
else's
30
detractor?
pay pigs that were banned
Just
from
saying.
the
You know, until you hear
personal
something from the horse's
Discord or
mouth, there's
something
actual
because they were.
evidence of anything, then there's
I don't know. I think they were
It's
making
called
fun of him or
bullshit, which is
something.
usually what all this
It's
is, fun
something like
bullshit,
that.
right?
There was a lot of crying, a lot of
Yeah, I don't know
nonsense.
anything. I don't know anything.
Apparently,
I
it's
know
being
info, I know
corroborated
info,
by
info
one of their
for you,
mods,
nothing. I didn't say on the subject because I don't know
I'm gonna
anything.
call her Leanna.
Quite frankly, it's not my
Leanna,
business,
but it's
right?
not
I don't
Leanna.
know
It's
what's
like
going on.
Liana
Why
or
would you
whatever.
even ask me? Again,
So there's that. I don't know. I found the story of LTG's stream being hijacked and being shown that he's actually 40 years old and his birthday is on November 17th was far funnier than hearing the story about Andy doing coke and them having hookers at Vegas. I'm just saying, I literally had more fun listening and watching the segment of
I told everyone I would start just about
fucking
right now.
LTG getting banned for 2 hours
Alright,
because
we're
his
ready to
stream
go.
got
Let's go.
hijacked.
Yep,
That was funny.
Again, now guys, I'm just gonna say this. I don't want to bring up contributions all night. I want to focus on the news. and the politics that we're going to talk about. So please, you know, understand, I'm not going to be bringing it up, but please support the stream tonight. Let's hit the goal. Let's keep going. Let's continue, shall we?
All right. Heal them up, guys.
All right. Without further ado, I think it's time to start the show. Here we go.
Okay. Got a special intro. Let's hear it. I know he has a special intro. Let's go. Let's hear it. No, it's not gonna be that. It's gonna be something else. He's literally clicking around for this music. I've turned off. I had all the time in the world to mute. Okay, here we go. God, I had to skip around. Too fucking. Really? Really? Are you serious? Are you for real? Are you actually for real? What are we doing? What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? You know, okay, look. Here's the thing. I'm sorry that I'm like pausing. I'm sorry that I'm not even getting up to like this point and whatnot, you know? It would have made more sense if it was just like nothing but a reel of literally just one politician. It could have been a random politician. It could have been just Trump. I don't think Kamala was a great choice. That's really, really weird because we're doing on a half Indian woman. Okay. So we could have done a super cut reel and then just made it really short. But instead, we've literally put ourselves on so many different politicians that this is ridiculous. Yeah, AI was a mistake, man. An actual mistake. This is nonsensical. Really? Really? I cannot believe this. This is nonsense. This is actual nonsense. I can't believe that I live in a world like this. This is literally making it worse. Humanity was a mistake, guys.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Hello and welcome to the show. I'm DSP, and this is DS Politics, episode 2 for Thursday, the 21st of November, 2024.
That
being
was
live streamed
ungodly.
Exclusively here on Kick on my DSP Gaming Reel channel. Welcome, everyone. I hope that you're having a good evening. I hope that things are treating you well. It's been a wild week, that's for sure, both in my personal life, but also in the realm of politics. And we're going to have quite a lot of topics to talk about tonight in the 2 hours or so that we stream. So, how's it going to go? Let's talk. So, this week, I have 4 different major topics to discuss. The topics include...
What is DSP going to discuss?
Froot Loops.
So, RFK.
Yes, I'm not kidding. It's actually a political discussion. Froot Loops. Also, the war in Ukraine.
Oh, we got something good. I cannot believe it. We actually got something good. DSP tries it. Discussing the war in Ukraine. Yes. Okay. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it.
And
this
how
is
long
great.
it's gone on and new developments.
Hell yeah.
Also, chaos in Seattle. I live in an outskirt of Seattle, in one of the suburbs, and chaos has been ensuing for a while, and I talk about it on my streams casually. Tonight, we're going to formally look into it and address it. And of course, Trump derangement syndrome is also going on since Donald Trump won the 2024 presidential election, and I'm
going to call this, because the Seattle story is shit, and then the TDS shit is like extra shit because that's like even more worthless to talk about because there's nothing he can specifically talk about that's going to be new to me or interesting to me. But I don't think he's going to do Kremlin talking points. I think he's just going to do a weird, like, okay, the only reason why it's currently going to be talking about is because whether or not that's going to be like World War III coming up or something, right? Maybe that's going to be what it is. Because of missile strikes that were launched. Did they hit important targets? I don't believe so. But it was one of those lines that apparently Russia said, well, you can't be doing or else we're going to strike back kind of thing. So I don't know. I really don't know what the angle is DSP going to attack. Is he going to just talk about Ukraine in general? Is he going to talk about like how much money we send over there? Is it too much? There's just so much that I want to know.
Look at a couple of cases of that are very scary and very sad.
The standard
if
World
we
War
have
III
time,
BS.
depending on how the show goes tonight, because you never know with a political show how long you're going to talk about any particular topic in general. We have some random stories.
I wouldn't be surprised.
That we can like blast off at like a lightning round deal at the end of the show, and then I have a funny story to end the show. So basically, we got a lot to cover tonight, a lot of ground, you know? Hopefully, that means that we won't feel like I'm beating around the bush on any particular topic or anything like that. Now, first off, I want to say thank you very much.
God.
I just received a gift sub from and because of that, give some subscriptions to the channel. My PayPal. Either of those methods are great. The goals and crushing my trolls, and we want to keep that going because tomorrow is the big reward of a big taste test. DSP tries it. Okay. Awesome. Special taste test. So I told my audience earlier today and suggested topics for tonight.
Get to the next segment.
No exaggeration. A lot of the stories we're about to cover tonight are directly because of these people's feedback. Right. And it helped a lot. It gave me a lot of content to work with. In fact, I had more than enough content to work with this week.
You're not going to hear
and
any
I couldn't cover it all. Like all the stories that people
There's
submitted, there was no way that I could
zero
actually cover all of
slurs.
those stories. Just to show you what I'm talking about over here.
All right, let's see some stuff.
It is right here. So here it is. YouTube.com/@DSPReact. If you become a member of this channel at the submissions tier, you can then go to this community tab. And you can post up on a special post I'll make tonight. It's a thread that will run once a week. You can respond to that post and post up your stories that you want to see me review and talk about on the show next week. Now, next week, the time will be a little different. Next week, American Thanksgiving is on Thursday. I'm not going to stream that night. So next week, my politics show will be on Friday night, November 29th. Friday night politics here on Kit. Okay, everyone just
He
want
acts as if the people who are watching on Kit are not American. It's American Thanksgiving, guys. Do you know what that means?
To almost 7 times the amount of views that I would receive on a video on the channel from the previous word.
I don't want to hear it. I really, really don't even want to hear it now. I just want him to fast forward past this part. This is so much advertising. I don't need more advertising. I'm tired of the advertisement. I just want to get to the fucking stories. Can we do that? Is that too hard to ask?
I'm very happy with this new effort, okay?
There we go.
All right.
Story time.
That's all we got for now.
Right?
No shout outs to do.
Thank
FYI,
God.
if and when you contribute tonight,
Jesus
I'm looking
Christ.
to shout those out between the major stories. Like I said, I have 4 major stories. I don't want to get too sidetracked from each story. All right? Awesome. Man. This is just so much more refreshing when I'm drinking it from the official Level 1 podcast.
It is pure advertisement.
It is time for DS.
How many minutes of advertisement was that? We literally did almost like fucking 7 minutes of advertisements. And none of it was like for anything interesting. He didn't like advertise a Ridge wallet or like fucking Dollar Shave Club or any of that shit. It was all just nonsense. Give him some money and you might be able to post up a fucking video. Give him some money so you might get a mug. Give him some money so he might eat a burger. Wow, thanks. I'm glad 7 minutes of my life was wasted to listen to those advertisements.
Politics and our first story of the night.
Christ.
All right. So you might say, what's our first story of the night? Froot Loops. I'm not kidding. Our first story of the night is Froot Loops. Ladies and gentlemen, this is RFK Jr. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. RFK Jr. for short. He very soon will be a major political figure in the United States. He has been or is going to be appointed the health secretary of the United States when Donald Trump becomes president next year and is sworn in. So, already there's controversy, chaos, and problems because he was interviewed with NBC News on November 6th. And during this interview, he said the following quote: "Why do we have Froot Loops in this country to have 18 or 19 ingredients, and you can go to Canada and it's not 2 or 3?
Yeah.
And as you can see directly in this article from Newsweek, this was directly after criticizing food regulation agencies such as the U.S. Food and Drug Administration for not protecting our kids from harmful ingredients in ultra-processed foods." Okay? So, Robert F. Kennedy is basically saying many different things recently. Some of the things he's been saying is we have some practices in the United States that don't make sense, like putting fluoride in our drinking water, among other things. Now, I'm not a scientist, and I'm not here to sit here and comment on each individual claim that's been said. I don't know, all right? But
he is going to comment on this claim, though. So he is not going to comment on individual claims, but this is one of the claims he is going to comment on. So I don't even know why he said that was literally worthless.
In regards to this story, it's been covered by quite a few different news outlets. But the weird thing about the story
How does he take this story,
is that
though?
depending on which outlet you watch, the story is covered absolutely, completely differently. Okay? So let's go ahead.
Is he going to talk about the coverage or the
with
story?
The Newsweek coverage, and then I'm going to show you a completely different way the story was covered, and then we're going to decide what is the truth of the matter.
So we're not even going to talk about the subject at hand. We're just going to talk about which is the truth based on 2 articles. One from Newsweek first, and the other from somewhere else. I can't even tell the tabs up there. Maybe it's NPR or something.
All right. So just from a cursory glance, what it sounds to me like is that RFK or RFK Jr. I call him RFK Jr. Here they just say RFK. Is saying that it sounds like in the United States we tend to have food that isn't regulated well enough. That our food has all these chemicals and ingredients in them that likely aren't good for you. But then in other countries, the exact same food doesn't have those ingredients. Why is the U.S. Food and Drug Administration so lax on actually looking at this situation and saying, hey, let's stop this. Let's make it so that they can't use these ingredients here if they're not using them elsewhere. Okay? Sounds like he has the best interest of the citizens at hand. However, if you take a look at the rest of the Newsweek article, you may actually start to wonder about that. Here we go.
Yeah.
The claim that U.S. Food Loops contain 18 or 19 ingredients is false. Also is the claim that the Canadian version only has 2 or 3. In fact, both versions of Froot Loops contain 27 ingredients, including ingredients that would put the cereal firmly in the category of ultra-processed, linked to obesity, diabetes, and other metabolic diseases. Lisa Moskovitz, a registered dietitian and founder of the New York Nutrition Group, told Newsweek, "I believe people consuming Froot Loops or giving it to their family are generally aware it's not the most nutritious choice, no matter what it's recommended to consume in moderation, and is not an everyday breakfast staple." Okay, ladies and gentlemen, officially I'm here to tell you.
Oh my God.
The opinion of Lisa Moskovitz, we're going to flag it here, okay?
Flag it?
Is completely invalid to the fucking point.
What? Lisa Moskovitz, registered dietitian, and her take about people consuming Froot Loops or giving it to their family are generally aware it's not the most nutritious choice, no matter what it's recommended to consume in moderation and not everyday breakfast staple. That statement. Huh? Wait, what?
The opinion of Lisa Moskovitz, we're going to flag it here, okay, is completely invalid to the fucking point.
The point is talking about whether or not Froot Loops is should be considered ultra processed because of the amount of ingredients that are in there. And she's giving her take specifically because of the whole idea that it needs to be done in moderation, but it's not a healthy or nutritious choice. It definitely has something to do with the, oh man.
What RFK Jr. is saying is that we have the same foods as other countries, and it seems like we have 1 million chemicals and ingredients in them. Why? And can we fix that? She says, oh, well, Froot Loops isn't healthy for you anyway. That's not the point. No one was saying that it was healthy. No one's saying that Froot Loops is a crazy good food. So why are you even bringing that up? That's like saying if RFK Jr. said, oh, we found a candy bar that has poison in it, take the poison out. And then Lisa Moskovitz says, well, candy's not good for you anyway. So what, stupid? What a dumb thing to say.
What a dumb thing to say.
Exactly. So if it's junk food or it's not good for you, it's okay to have like poisons in it. That's fine. Wow, what a great opinion, huh? Okay.
Can DSP tell me which one of these colors are the poison? No, he can't. He actually cannot. He couldn't tell you what any of these things are. He could have just said that the statement wasn't really necessary because it doesn't address the topic at hand specifically, which is whether or not these ingredients should be labeled as toxic. He could have said that. But instead, in all of his infinite wisdom, he has decided to take the most retarded take and just claim, yeah, man, in reality, big Misa Lisa, she dumb-brained, fucking idiot.
Okay, now. Right, however, cool. The ingredients of the two versions do... Correct.
Red 40, I believe, is still crushed bugs. It's a very specific beetle. But yeah, I believe it's a bug.
Differ. For instance, the food flavorings and colorings used by US Froot Loops are red 40, yellow 5, blue 1, and yellow 6. In Canada, Froot Loops are flavored with concentrated carrot juice, annatto turmeric, concentrated watermelon juice, concentrated blueberry juice, concentrated huito juice, I don't even know what that is, and
huito juice. I want to hear that slowed down. Hold up.
Concentrated blueberry juice, concentrated huito juice.
Huito juice.
I don't even know what that is. And stevia leaf extract. Stevia. So what does that mean?
Stevia.
It means that the Canadian versions of food are using natural ingredients that we already consume as parts of other recipes that won't make you sick. So why are we using chemicals in the US instead of these things that the other countries are using? I'm sorry, but just reading the Newsweek articles seems to be proving RFK Jr.'s point. Moskovitz says, when comparing U.S. Froot Loops to other countries like Canada, it's clear the U.S. falls short on protecting our consumers. Yeah, exactly.
Wait, so look, he was so ready to shit on her. He was about to say that's not the point, stops himself, he's like, no, wait, exactly. Listen to this guy. Listen to this.
Froot Loops to other countries like Canada, it's clear the U.S. falls short on protecting our consumers. Not yet.
It's not, yeah. He didn't even know what he was supposed to say there. He was literally ready to shit on her. That's how confused this guy is. But I still have those evil DSP. I literally have an entire folder over the last 4 years of collective DSP noises. So if I have an evil DSP noise, it's literally somewhere.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So you're confirming what he said. Okay? Research shows additives,
couldn't call bullshit on
like
that one.
Red 40 are safe in small quantities, but in larger quantities, it can be linked to various health conditions, from behavioral problems to inflammatory gastrointestinal issues. I remember when I was a kid,
my
kids
God.
in school always said, oh, you got to be careful. Don't eat stuff that has yellow 5. And this was elementary school. And I'm like, why? Why wouldn't I want yellow 5? And people would be like, because I'm not even kidding you. This is what my classmates said. They said, oh, because when you grow up, it's going to make your penis small and you're going to be impotent.
Why is he laughing? Did he eat too much yellow 5? Did he ignore their warning? What does that mean? Huh? Wait a minute.
Oh.
How much yellow 5 did he
Okay,
consume?
thanks for telling me. By the way, how old am I? And you're telling me this? So now kids are like scrambling in class at like their lunches. They're looking at the ingredients on the bags.
No, they're
Is
not.
there yellow 5 in this?
No, they're not.
Is there yellow 5? I'm not kidding that this happened when I was a kid in elementary school. It actually happened.
It probably did, but
so,
probably is
let's
a
continue.
Joke.
Dr. Frederica Amati, head nutritionist at nutrition science company Zoe, told Newsweek Froot Loops are not healthy. Whichever way you look at them, they're high in sugar, highly... Okay, I don't care. Hello, Dr. Frederica Amati.
Okay, here's a woman doctor also, like, saying something as well. Hello, Dr. Frederica. Let me tell you something. Man speaking over here. Shut the fuck up. Froot Loops are not healthy. Whichever way you look at them, they're high in sugar, processed breakfast cereals. So she's saying that they're not good for you. And he's saying, shut up, woman. I'm about to speak.
Opinion doesn't matter. That's not the topic we're talking about. We're talking about chemicals in the food. No one asked you if Froot Loops are healthy. This opinion is invalid to the fucking talk we're having here.
The opinion is invalid because the opinion was they are high in sugar and highly processed. Your opinion is invalid. This is what I mean when I said I relish the thought of covering DSP politics because there's not a single thing that this idiot can say that won't come off as being brain dead because he has no understanding of how to digest material that is presented to him at all. This is literally supporting information. These are doctors that are giving supporting and corroborating information to support RFK in his quest to eliminate the different colors of the rainbow from food that are synthetically made, however they're made. And DSP's like, no, you're fucking wrong, idiot. Shut up, fucking woman. Silence, child.
Eating them less frequently is the okay. Ignore stupidity.
Okay, yeah. Eating them less frequently, fuck you.
Let's continue. Red 40, otherwise known as Allura Red or E129, has been linked by some scientific studies to allergies, migraines, and certain mental disorders, such as attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, in children. Oh, so let's be sure to give our kids extra Red 40 so they could have ADHD and start bouncing off the fucking walls, right?
Takes a sip. Delicious.
Yellow 5. It's on here. Are you kidding me? I swear I didn't read the whole article ahead of time. Yellow 5, otherwise known as tartrazine or E102, has been linked to hyperactivity and ADHD in children. Oh God, so you're giving them 2 different ADHD colors, and has been associated with a high risk of certain cancers. So it has nothing to do with a small penis. All right, at least I'm relieved. And
the only thing he can take away from that was silence, woman doctor, silence, woman doctor. Thank God the yellow 5 isn't contributing to my small penis.
Oh, is that it? And here's the whole list of ingredients compared to Canadian Froot Loops, right? So that's the article.
One?
Now, here's the funny part. I just read the whole thing,
Which one?
right?
Can you read those out? Those are important.
Read this article.
That's part of the thing.
The parts that are important versus the parts that are bullshit. So out of the Newsweek article, the entire first part was bullshit. Then there was one thing that actually confirmed RFK Jr.'s concerns, and then there was more bullshit, and that's the end of the article.
It's not. You didn't read the end of the article.
But that's Newsweek, okay? So a lot of places have...
Oh my... I can't believe I'm about to pull up a fucking Newsweek article. I cannot believe I'm about to do this. What is this Newsweek article called?
And there was more...
This is actually fucking stupid. This actually pisses me off. Which one is this? Froot Loops unhealthier. Okay, so this is the topic at hand. How many ads are we getting bombarded with? Not that many. Do I need to open up Brave? No, I don't. Okay. So we have Robert. Okay, what is at the end? We have the list. This is the US list, and there's the Canadian list, and then down here is what? The comment section? So he already knew how long the article was because he knows where it stops. Number 1. And this is the thing that you might want to read out because this is the part that's supposed to make you actually think about it. The actual important part. Full list of US ingredients for Froot Loops. We have corn flour blend, sugar, wheat flour, whole grain oat flour, modified food starch, 2% or less of vegetable oil, which is hydrogenated coconut or soybean or cottonseed, oat fiber, maltodextrin, salt, soluble corn fiber, natural flavor, the colors, DHT for freshness, vitamin C, which was ascorbic acid, iron, some vitamin stuff. And then for the Canadian, we have our sugars, whole grain corn flour, wheat flour, whole grain oat flour, corn bran, oat hull fiber, coconut and vegetable oil, salt, carrot juice. So most of these are the colors, stevia, and then everything else in terms of the vitamins and minerals. So this is kind of important to point out. And the fact that we're putting in, I guess, the vegetable oil, but he could have done well to read these. These actually would have been something that you would have wanted to at least read. And the fact that he kind of skips over it highlights just how much he values any of that information.
Bullshit. And that's the end of the article.
Nice Bayrat cursor. Yeah, I like the Bay cursor.
But that's Newsweek, okay? So a lot of places have covered this. And in particular,
we're
in this
going
one,
to Twitchy. I don't know what the fuck Twitchy is, but we're going to Twitchy news article.
What people did is they did like an amalgamation of people tweeting about it, although I don't know, I guess it's not tweeting anymore, it's Xing. People who were Xing about this on
DSP
X.com.
does the fucking cross chops.
Some people are like, you know.
Some people are you know.
People are saying that RFK Jr. was in the wrong, but then others are like, wait, what? Well, we actually read the article, right? So New York Times is saying Robert Kennedy Jr. is wrong about Froot Loops having too many artificial ingredients, but then goes on to explain that artificial colorings and preservatives are in the US version instead of the Canadian, right? So there you go. I mean, other people have the same outcome of what I saw when I read the articles. And that, by the way, so they're citing a New York Times article. I cited a Newsweek article, and all the articles seem to make it seem like RFK Jr. was stupid or something. But okay, all right,
let's break this down for a second. So he's pointing out an article, which is an opinion piece that highlights a bunch of users posting on Twitter in response to a New York Times fact check. And this is after he brings up a Newsweek article, which has nothing to do with the New York Times fact check. And we're using this as a comparison point to talk about what exactly people on Twitter being stupid or being smart, or how this site didn't get it right. What is the talking point right now? If the talking point is there any validity to any of this? Then the answer should be probably, let's dive in. But because DSP is so surface level with any of his understanding of any of the topics at hand, he can't tackle any of this without saying, this article is fucking stupid and they don't know how to write a fucking article. And look, because I highlighted it in red and blue and my opinions matter. And he's all over the place. This is aimless. This is literally an aimless fucking topic right now.
Be honest.
I'm speeding it up.
Particularly those who like Donald Trump or are in
until he gets to a thing that matters.
They love hyperbole. Okay? They love it. They love to over-exaggerate a lot. They feel that it gets their point across. You know, last week, Donald Trump said, oh, I got Roe v. Wade repealed. No, you didn't. You did not do that. The Supreme Court did. Okay, you might have had a hand in it, but they're the ones who did it.
We're now in a new
subject. Right? RFK Jr. says, oh, well, our Froot Loops has like 27, 28 ingredients, and the Canadians have like 3. That's ridiculous. No, it's not true. It's completely false. That's the bullshit that people should be calling out. But just because he used hyperbole doesn't mean that the core argument he's making is false. You understand? He exaggerates to get hype, to get bluster going, but his article, what he's talking about, actually has merit. He's saying, why are we using these chemicals to basically color our foods when we could be using natural things that everyone eats that are actually not bad for you at all? Carrot juice, which is healthy. Why not turmeric, a spice that's very common in many different kinds of cuisine? Why don't we use that instead of yellow 5, which shrinks your pee-pee? Okay, we already said it doesn't, all right? But you understand what I'm saying. I just use some hyperbole there, and that's the kind of thing that they do. But I said this last week. I feel like this is what happens with Donald Trump. He overtalks so much with his hyperbole that then people kind of write him off and don't give him credit for the things that he says that are valid because he's exaggerating too much. I wish that he would kind of maybe check it a little bit. But the thing is, I actually feel that those who support Donald Trump like the hyperbole. They like the exaggeration. They find it fun. They find it energetic. They find it different from what other politicians do. And that's why they like the guy and keep voting for him. So it's just funny because here we go again. Donald Trump is not even in office yet. He hasn't been sworn in yet. And immediately we have all the mainstream leftist, very, very progressive media coming out and doing articles to try to smear every single person involved with him. When in reality, okay, I get it. I wish they would calm down.
Dude, was the Newsweek article even a smear piece on RFK? Let's just put fucking Trump on the side because somehow or another we've just literally lumped in the Supreme Court, Roe v. Wade, and Trump into an RFK article about Froot Loops, number 1. So let's put all of that to the side for just like 2 seconds. Ignore it. Did the Newsweek article even say anything against RFK's point? They agreed. It literally was an agreement. Doctor said that this isn't healthy for you. It should be consumed in moderation. And that they even pointed out the particular coloring has substitutions in Canada, and that 2 of those colors can lead to potential developmental disorders in children. So, what are we arguing here? Are we arguing people on Twitter? Let's look through an article on Twitchy. I don't even know what the fuck that is. It's probably literally just let's make an article about whatever the fuck's happening on Twitter, which is even that's literally what DSP does, but like they would probably do it in a more concise way that probably makes a lot more sense if they were making a point. And I assume they're making a point. DSP's just skipped over it. But what is the point that we're trying to make? That it's a bombastic claim? That it's so out there, but there's some truth to it? Well, if there is, then Newsweek has not done anything to debunk that. And everybody who spoke in that piece was basically supporting that this is not healthy for you. So what are we doing? We're arguing science style people poison our children, dude. It was linked, but there are many. Yeah, I know. There are many other factors too. Ultimately, if DSP's goal is to say that Newsweek is not doing a good job, or all these articles are not doing a good job, showing the article that is not in question, that is being talked about, is literally worthless. This does nothing. Now, he does have I think a New York Times article next, but I cannot believe we've already like cycled through so many things to even get to this point. We've wasted too much time meandering.
Down and be more logical with the way that they say
I'm gonna
things.
keep it at
doesn't mean that everything they say is
1.5
false.
because this
RFK
is
Jr. in this point
talk.
actually has
This
a
is
point.
literally filler
There
talk.
are chemicals in the food that shouldn't be in
Filler
there. We
with
have
a
other things in there.
capital PH.
There's no reason to. Why is the U.S. Food and Drug Administration allow all these chemicals in our foods when other countries don't and they have healthier alternatives, right? You tell me, and that's what I mean. So I don't get it. So anyway, don't always believe everything you're hearing in the media. Don't believe the hyperbole. A lot of it is a bunch of bullshit from the Republican Party, but at the same time, just because they use the hyperbole doesn't mean everything they say is wrong. The media will tell you that. They will say everything Trump says, everything RFK Jr. says, everything the cabinet says is wrong. That's not true. That's exactly the kind of hyperbole that the left likes to use to discredit their opponents, and they do it all the time. Be careful about that. You can't really trust the mainstream media because they're always spinning it in one of these angles.
Is that the clip?
Okay.
Was
so that's our
that the clip? Was that literally the fucking clip? Is somebody going to take the last 2 minutes of that and that's going to be the clip that goes to DSP Reacts? We have literally done zero assessment to anything that story gave us. What an actual waste of time. I cannot believe it. I hope people give him like $1 million for that.
first story for the night. That was a nice quick intro story, was it not? Pretty good. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, thanks so far. We got our first tip, our second tip of the night. $1.20 tip. So here's on RFK's documented anti-vax conspiracy theorist. A lot of what he said has been proven by doctors and scientists. Yeah, I'm not sure what that has to do with the topic of what we just talked about. I don't. I get it. People don't like the guy for various different reasons. He was right on that subject. He's correct. What he said was actually correct. He just exaggerated, and then people gave him shit for it, but his point was right. It doesn't matter that you don't think that he was right on vaccines.
Is
He was
this
actually
what
right on that
Twitter
topic.
is like?
Even
No.
people who don't like him said as much in their articles. You understand? This is what I don't like about America and the way that, again, either you're with me or against me. Either you completely agree or you completely disagree. No, you can call it fact, you can call it fib. In this case, it was a fact. There's a little bit of fact behind it, that's what counts. I just want to understand how you use this training in the right? Okay. All right, so let's see you. All right, how do we demonstrate again? Holy shit, we have 700 and plus viewers tonight. Thank you guys for the viewers once again. I don't know how many, why you guys get some subs. A situation.
Okay, here we are.
So, our next topic.
This is the topic that I actually want to listen to. DSP talking about the Ukrainian war. Now, for those of you who don't know, the big hot topic right now is the fact that Ukraine had fired some missiles, some longer range missiles. Now, I don't believe that they struck anything terribly important, but the idea is to potentially escalate things. And the real big topic is whether or not this is going to escalate Russia into retaliating. There have already been opinions that flew about. I heard a really good, funny conversation with Dev talking about how he was ready for World War III hype, like a fucking idiot. But what is DSP gonna say? I can imagine he's gonna be the whole, well, let's calm down and we should bring peace to Ukraine and shit like that. Like, he's gonna be the middleman to this without really addressing the fact that how much we've shoveled over to Ukraine and how little we've done to kind of de-escalate things. What are we gonna do? They hit a very important ammo depot. Well, they did, didn't they? The question is whether or not Russia is going to retaliate, whether or not this kicks off World War III, whether or not this brings in the US. Because I think part of Putin's like talk was, if it's being used, then US is definitely backing them and it is dragging the US in, therefore would bring them into the conflict and therefore kick off the war and shit. Like that kind of shit. So let us hear DSP talk about the missiles being fired from Ukraine and Russia.
Involves a situation that has been going on for now over 1,000 days.
Whoa.
The war in Ukraine.
All right.
Now, I'm not here to talk about the war particularly, you know, ins and outs, and do you like Zelensky? Do you hate Zelensky? Do you trust the guy? Do you think he's a sham, scam artist, charlatan? Everyone seems to have a different opinion on this subject, and for me to jump in this late in the game would be kind of weird, you know.
For me to jump this late into the game would be kind of weird for an ongoing war between Ukraine and Russia. I can only talk about it if it's very early in or very late in the game. I don't want to take a side right now. What? I gotta take my glasses off. I'm fucking steaming. Oh boy, what? Okay.
No, I'm sure everyone's formulated their opinions at this point, correct?
All right.
But
he can't tell us his opinion.
There's been some major developments regarding the Ukraine
I'm
in the
not
last
taking a
week.
shot.
Particularly, things seem to be advancing so fast right now.
I'm taking some water. I need some water.
That, no exaggeration, as I was pulling an article to talk about on the show, another thing happened, and therefore I just got the second article instead, because this one kind of summarized both together. And then as I was adding this and getting the show ready, something else happened regards this situation. I was like, dude, isn't it weird? I gotta say this. Donald Trump has won both the popular vote and he won the Electoral College. Big sweeping win.
My God.
Even though everyone claimed it was going to be close.
How are we relating this to Trump right now?
Have spoken. They want to change. So why does it seem like now, all of a sudden, with Biden on his way out, with Kamala on her way out, that all of a sudden now there's an accelerated pace of stuff going on with stuff like Ukraine? Is that a little weird? It's like, well, I'm on the way out, and I know that my time is done. We screwed up. We were destroyed in this election.
Is he implying
now it's time for us to try to crunch a
US
whole bunch of crap out right away before we're on the way out, and then we can't do anything because we have no.
Is he implying that the US was the ones to fire the missiles? Because that's such a very, very specific take that I want him to literally say that. Biden called up fucking Zelensky. He was like, come on, man. Those missiles, they're sitting there. You got to use them, man. Just do it for America. And then, you know, just, I don't know what he's thinking.
No power, because not only did they lose the presidency, they lost the House of Representatives and they lost the Senate. They lost it all. They're going to have no power for the next 4 years. I think they're really, really upset about this and scared. So they are literally trying to do as much as possible in the short few months that they have until Donald Trump is sworn in. So here's what's happened. It's so crazy, all this stuff that just happened in the last week with the Ukraine. Okay, I say the Ukraine. Everyone yelled at me. Okay, with Ukraine. I called it the Ukraine because I feel like it. All right, I think it sounds good. Rolls off the tongue. The Ukraine instead of just Ukraine. But I guess it's offensive to say the Ukraine, so too bad. Okay, so first off, the first thing that happened.
What are we gonna do? We're gonna highlight some articles.
President Biden just gave permission for Ukraine to start using these missiles.
All right. Well, there you go. If you wanted him to say it, there you go.
Now, I don't know how long they had them. I don't know if Biden said you can't use them yet. I don't get it. But just a few days ago, it was literally a few days ago, he said, hey, we're going to shift our American policy. You can use these missiles now against Russia. And so Ukraine said, well, thanks for the offer, but we're going to pass. No, they didn't say that. They said, sure, thanks, stupid. Let's use them. Let's use them.
I can't make
and they immediately fucking launched them into Russia. So, Ukraine's military used American-made ballistic missiles on Tuesday to strike into Russia for the first time. President Biden had just given permission to do so. The pre-dawn attack struck an ammunition depot in the Bryansk region of the southwestern Russia, Ukrainian officials said.
Yeah,
Russia's Ministry of Defense says that
something?
Kyiv used 6 ballistic missiles.
if you want to know something, this is the most entertaining DSP has been in the last like 12 months for me specifically. He hasn't played any games that have really gotten my interest, but I got to tell you, DSP talking anything political and just trying to disseminate what he's getting from, in this case, the New York Times, which is the thing that was being made fun of, by the way. The New York Times was literally just being made fun of in that last fucking article. We're using them right now as a way in which we can talk about a news story because they're reputable now and he can use them. And, you know, it's good to talk about it right now.
That key, but that's how you pronounce it. Known as ATACMs for Army Tactical Missile System, a senior American official and senior Ukrainian official who spoke in the condition of anonymity to discuss ongoing operations, confirmed that ATACMs were used. The strike represented a demonstration of force for Ukraine as it tries to show Western allies that providing more powerful and sophisticated weapons will pay off by degrading Russia's combat capabilities and relieving pressure on Kyiv's overstretched forces. The attack came on the same day President Vladimir Putin lowered Russia's threshold for use of nuclear weapons, a long-planned move whose timing appeared aimed at showing the Kremlin could responsibility aggressively to Ukraine using American missiles to strike the Russian territory. The Kremlin has throughout the war used the threat of deploying its nuclear arsenal to try to deter the West from providing more robust military support to Ukraine. On Tuesday, Russia's foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, called Ukraine's use of the ATACMs in the Bryansk region a signal that they want escalation, a reference to the U.S. and Western allies. Ukrainian officials and military analysts who have long cautioned no single weapon will change the course of the war note the impact of the shift in White House policy will depend on the quantities of missiles being supplied. But the one thing I want to say is this paragraph right here.
All right, so he has read this.
The very last paragraph. The authorization came just 2 months before the return to office of President-elect Donald J. Trump, which said he will seek a quick end to the war in Ukraine.
Okay.
If you're not aware, Donald Trump says he's had enough. Why is this war going on for 3 years? Why does the U.S. keep interjecting their nose into the business of Ukraine and Russia?
Have fun for tomorrow if you're going to cover any of this.
I guess, in his opinion, we shouldn't be involved.
Whatever the pre-stream
And I think a lot of Americans are actually in the same exact belief system. They're like, why are we involved in a war with these other countries? Now, listen, we don't have good terms with Russia. We know that. Russia has a completely different political and life philosophy. They're not in agreement with our democratic ways, okay? But why do we have to get involved in this war? So, that's what's going on. Now,
okay, so
something else happened immediately following this. Okay? You ready for this?
Okay. All right, okay. All right, okay.
Biden administration moves to forgive $4.7 billion of loans to the Ukraine. Now this, folks.
Now this is pod racing. I can't believe it. Well, I can believe it, but man, I can't believe it. God damn. God fucking damn. That is actually fucking insane to read. All right. Let's listen to DSP's disseminating the news article.
Folks, is where I start to get angry. So let's go ahead and read.
He's going to be angry now.
This is from yesterday, by the way. This is a fresh article. Just right now. Happened. Right, the Biden administration has moved to forgive about $4.7 billion in U.S. loans to Ukraine, the State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller said on Wednesday, as outgoing officials seek to do what they can before leaving office to bolster Ukraine in its war with Russia. So basically,
yeah, just another $5 more billion.
In order to help Ukraine, you guys don't ever have to pay us back the money that we all agreed you would pay us back. A funding bill passed by the U.S. Congress in April included over $9.4 billion of forgivable loans for economic and budgetary support to Ukraine's government, half of which the president would cancel after November 15th. The bill appropriated a total of $61 billion to help Ukraine fight the full-scale invasion of Moscow, launched in February 2022. Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, here it comes. Here comes the big moment.
$61 billion of Americans' money was gifted to Ukraine.
Yeah.
Ukraine doesn't have to pay any of it back whatsoever.
I like how he's really focused on the gifted subs right now from Vietnamese Comrade. Or wait, no. From Whoa Baby. Sorry, not from Vietnamese Comrade. He's paying attention so much to that. He's like losing train of thought. Will he retain train of thought further in? Wow, the big sticking point. Money is being given away to another country. Whoa, shocker. So, what does that mean, DSP? We're so close. We can almost make an opinion about the war.
Let's continue. By the way, whoa, baby, just gifted Miller told the press briefing, adding that the step was taken in recent days. Congress could still block the move, Miller said. The Senate is due to vote later on Wednesday on a motion of disapproval of loan forgiveness for Ukraine put forward by Republican Senator Rand Paul, a frequent critic of U.S. support for Ukraine. The majority of senators from both parties support aid to Ukraine. President Joe Biden has ordered officials to rush as much aid to Ukraine as possible before he leaves office on January 20th, amid concerns President-elect Donald Trump could limit the U.S. support. And that's the story. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a couple things to say about this.
All right, here comes the reporting part.
But notably,
here's the part that gets uploaded to YouTube.
The one thing that I would like to say as we start my commentary on this story, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, when was the United States populace? You, if you're American watching this right now, everyone who lives here in the United States, when were we asked, would you like to send all of your tax money to Ukraine?
When did you find out that this was the problem, Phil? This war has been going on, per your own words, for over 1,000 days. This has been an ongoing problem as we have been giving financial aid for multiple years. When did this become your problem, Phil? Just now? When the political show was going to pop up? Means you got a standing in this, right? It's this problem now, right?
When was that poll? When was that census taken?
You know what? You want to know when this census was taken? I'm going to be an asshole about this, and I don't care how I'm come off, but this is literally because of the last election. That's when the poll was done. That's when the decision was made. It kind of sucks because it's literally saying, well, we're blaming the past administration, the one that's on its way out, right? But that's going to be a large contributing factor. Biden is no stranger to Ukraine. It's exactly. It's the same way with Israel.
Putin is an impotent cuck playing a fake tough guy. He's beholden to organized crime and oligarchs who booty bust him. Russia has zero business in Ukraine and should have been curb stomped immediately.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It should have been suppressed absolutely instantly, but there's a lot of things that cannot be done without dragging all of the EU into it too. But it's the same way with Israel too. It's when did we agree to send all the amount of money that we sent over to Israel as well? This is shit that's just been ongoing for years and years. When did it become a problem for Phil? Well, apparently just whenever he started the show, right? And he can't give us an opinion about this. But it sounds like he does have an opinion. It kind of sucks and we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine. That's what he sounds like he's saying. I don't really know. I actually don't. I don't think he's saying that he's supporting Russia. I would agree with him that we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine. Not to this degree. This should have been ended. This peace talk should have been already done. I don't know how we're going to sort it out. I don't know if we're going to have a buffer zone between Ukraine and fucking Russia. I don't know how the fuck this is going to work out. But I don't think the solution is going to be letting him into NATO. I don't think that's going to happen. Or into the EU. He gave a problem when he couldn't refinance his house, probably. I think Ukraine should get even more money. Very based. Yeah, just go ahead and set up the printers. Let them rip roar.
Curious. I was wondering.
God damn.
When I was going to be asked.
Hey, Egypt and Jordan has also received a lot of money.
How my money can be used and to give it to other countries.
I'd rather stop giving money to other countries.
I just want to understand
Please
something
and
here.
Thank you.
I work hard. I earn money. I take the money that I earned and I give a portion of it to the federal government. And the understanding is the government's going to use that money to govern. They're going to do things as public servants. We've explained this, and I explained it last week.
This is the
United States government is public service, meaning the government only exists to service the people of the country. Period. Everything the government is going to do is supposed to be in the best interests of the United States populace.
When? Since when? Since when? They've been selling us up shit creek for decades, dude. The government has not had our best interests in mind for a long time. There are things, there are there's pieces of legislation that have been passed that have been beneficial for the American people. There's also been a lot of things that we've been also sold out on to just give up a little bit more of a little bit more of our paycheck that benefits nobody but themselves and a bunch of fucking mysterious people overseas. They sold us crack, literally. Did we vote on the government bailing out banks? No, we did not. That was not a good idea either. And they tried to sell us like, oh yeah, well, you know, some of them made some money back or something, you know? We were like funding them. I know this is an LTG idiom, but DSP talks like a literal NPC. He kind of does. This is kind of like the NPC you would meet in Oblivion. And it kind of gives you a whole ass story about how like some fucking wolf down in a cave or something or another. Now we got to defeat the wolves. What has the Empire been doing to stop the wolves down in the cave? We give them all our hard-earned septums. And what has that really brought us, huh? The wolves are still out there. They're still in their caves and they're ready to attack us every time we leave. Don't think about it too much.
Okay, now, if Biden and Kamala Harris and the Democrats had come out and said, we're going to convince you, this is why helping the Ukraine is going to help our country in a big way in this war. And they actually gave a convincing argument and said, here it is. Okay? Maybe I wouldn't have an issue with 4.7 billion loans being forgiven and overall 61 billion being given. And by the way, that's just that one bill. There have been other things that have been given to Ukraine as well. I mean, how do you think they're getting these missiles on the story before? Correct? This is how this is all happening. All right? So, I would love to hear the argument. I would love to be convinced. But here's the problem. It didn't happen. Okay? What happened was Americans 4 years ago said, man, we just really don't like Donald Trump. We're afraid of Donald Trump being president again. So we're going to vote in literally anyone else who can win. Biden's an old crotchety man. He can barely walk or see. But you know what? We need someone else than Trump. We don't trust him right now. So we've told Trump's the boogeyman. We're told that Trump is evil. We need to vote in this Biden guy. Let's do it. So they did. They didn't vote in Biden and said, hey, now Biden, you have the ability to do whatever you want with our taxpayer dollars. That's not what happened. Literally, people voted because they didn't like Trump. That's the only reason they voted that way. That's what they were told to do. They were mind washed by the mainstream media. Trump
mind washed?
That's what they were told to do. They were mind washed by the.
He almost said brainwashed, and then he just said mind washed. Like you wash your mind. I've never heard of the term mind wash before, and I'm going to start using that from now on.
Mainstream media, Trump's evil. Trump's the devil. Trump's going to be like Hitler. Damn. Trump's going to be this big dictator, this big fascist guy if you get him in again. Therefore, vote for anyone else. So they voted for Biden. And then what's happened is in the last 4 years, the government took all of our taxes and sent it overseas.
All of them?
What the fuck's going on? Meanwhile,
I think we gave a lot more
record high inflation, insane prices. People can't find meaningful jobs. Our healthcare is going down the toilet. Crime is out of control. And borders are wide open with people spilling through on a daily basis.
You literally could have rewound the clock like 2.5 years and go to his Restreams. And I'm almost positive during the COVID days, he had those rants about how people were being so fucking... They were being such bitches for not wanting to pick up his trash. They were being such fucking dickheads for not being open whenever he wanted them to be open during like Juneteenth. He was like such a fucking moron when it came to like the understanding of why prices were going up. It shouldn't affect him, dude, because, you know, nothing is wrong. Nobody's having problems finding jobs. It's just the good jobs. All the jobs here are just the shitty jobs. He would talk all about how inflation wasn't a real thing. How everybody was a fucking pussy for not working, and that they shouldn't be there whenever he wanted to go out with his fucking fat horse of a wife whenever it was time for his day off. He really hated interacting with people, and now he's talking about how, well, yeah, all of a sudden, the fucking current admin, the Biden administration, yeah, they're at fault, and this shit was like a really big problem. This is a really big problem. It's been a problem the entire time. Well, you just notice it now? What took him like till just now for him to notice it? He could have talked about it back then. He wouldn't even have had to have taken a side. He could have said, yeah, inflation sucks dick. But no, he did this like really weird story about how you could afford to go to a movie theater. You can afford to give me some money for a sub. I provide you like a month's worth of entertainment for that sub. You can barely pay for a fucking movie theater ticket. Give me the money. People aren't losing out. People aren't having less money to spend. You have throwaway money. Give me the money. Those were literally things that he used to fucking say on his free streams 2 years ago. I don't know. Inflation must have hit pretty bad, man. Them Hogans must be more and more exclusive to pull.
Not good people. A lot of people who are causing problems for the good people of this country.
Yeah, he literally said inflation isn't real.
That's what's happened in the last 4 years. Well, all people
the Cold Stone Creamery story. He literally had a whole ass fucking take where he said inflation wasn't real because people were going to fucking Cold Stone Creamery. And that was because that was somewhere where his wife wanted to go when they quote unquote randomly stopped somewhere. And he spent a bunch of money on some fucking ice cream. Dead ass. This dude is such a fucking work. Such a fucking piece of shit. That he has the gall to do this now when he was saying all that nonsense just 2 years ago. What the fuck? I actually want to look up the Cold Stone Creamery. I'm so tempted.
Was you definitely can't have, you know, Trump reelected, right? So where did our tax money go?
Where are tax money?
To Ukraine. All the funds we're giving, they're giving it away. And now,
you know, here we go. You know what's even funnier? You know what's even funnier about this story? It's literally of May of this year.
And they said, why don't we stop at Cold Stone and get ice cream? And I was like, I don't know. So I went in with them. I didn't get anything, but they got a bunch of ice cream. But it was like 20 years ago. So I don't even remember, honestly,
this is before.
You know, what it was like or anything. I mean, 20 years is a long time. So we go in there. All right. And I'm just going to say this up front. All right. This is something that I will probably rarely ever do again in my life. And I'm going to explain why in a minute, all right? So we go in there, and immediately we look around, and we're like, whoa, this is wild. They have all these different kinds of ice cream that you wouldn't think of, you know? Insane, like, over-the-top peanut butter cup.
Insane
like
peanut
berries
butter
and
cup.
cream with real berry pieces smashed in. Like strawberry shortcake, strawberries and cake pieces really in the ice cream and stuff like that.
I hope your tummy, my tummy is better. My tummy is
and we're like,
better.
Oh man, now here's the thing. I don't really have a sweet tooth anymore. I don't. Like I lost my sweet tooth as I got older. I much would prefer more savory foods. When it comes to being sweet, like the only thing I can think of that I really like is chocolate. You know, I don't crave sugary, caramel,
surprising
peanut butter that much anymore.
But he doesn't know how to disseminate any of this.
Not often, okay?
A lot of this can be in munitions. A lot of this could be in hardware.
We go and I'm just looking at it all. I'm like, man, I'm going to get something. We're here. And, you know, it's a rarity that I'd be here. But I have no idea what to get. I don't want to get something too sweet and then I would take 2 bites of it and I don't like it anymore. My wife's looking too.
Peanut butter
so we decided to get 2 flavors and kind of like share. So she got one that was some kind of cookie dough, like crazy cookie dough. And then I got something that I thought perhaps I could stomach. Mint chocolate chip, but of course they can't just call it mint chocolate chip. Guess what they call it? Mint chocolate chip.
It's like a double mint, double
chocolate.
chocolate.
Call it mint chocolate chip. I mean, come on.
It's just saying double mint, double chocolate.
So anyway, we each got one, and we basically kind of
should have got common cookie dough.
First of all, it is so thick.
Oh yeah. Oh, this is where I got this. It was how he describes his wife.
First of all, it is so thick, but still kind of like, it's thick but not hard and cold.
There you go. How he describes his wife.
Like a lot of ice cream, when you scoop it, it's too hard and cold. This ice cream is thick, but it's like soft at the same time. So it's a different consistency than what I'm used to. It's not soft serve at all. Soft serve is more liquidy. This is still dense ice cream, but it definitely is more like malleable ice cream. Okay, I don't know what they do. I don't know if the cream content is different or something like that. I'm not sure, but it definitely is a little different. Okay. So then I started eating it and I realized it didn't just have mint and chocolate. It was basically mint ice cream with dark chocolate chips that also were mint chocolate, but then there was also fudge brownie pieces mixed into it.
Whoa.
And I was like, oh, I didn't even know that was in there. Like I had no clue. So I started eating it. I was like, this is pretty good. Now here's the thing. What did I like the most? The mint and the dark chocolate flavor. The sugar, even if it was less sugary, I think I just like mint overall in my life. It's a flavor that I really enjoy. So I basically ate it and I was like, this is pretty good. All right.
Basically
my wife's, which was the cookie dough,
good.
I had one spoon of, and at first I thought it tasted good, and then the cookie dough hit me and I was like, that is way too sweet. Like, again, for me, like, I don't like overload of sugar, and when the cookie dough hit my palate, I was like, oh, that is, I would not eat that, you know. Ugh. So anyway, we ate it and enjoyed it. Okay, so it was actually, I would say it was a good experiment. It's something that I certainly would not do all the time, but it's, you know, rarity. It's the first time I've ever had it. So why would I probably never do it again? All right, you want to know the truth? Ladies and gentlemen, Cold Stone Creamery ice cream was nearly $10 a serving. Even then, he was already dealing with inflation, and he couldn't just outright admit it. $10 fucking USD a serving. What the hell? And I'll be honest, if I had known that it was that much, I would not have gone into Cold Stone Creamery. I would have skipped it. But we didn't know, and we're like, well, we're here, let's go in. And we went in, we're like, all right, let's get it. We'll figure out what we're gonna order. And then we looked at the prices, we're like, what the fool? Ooh. But we were already there, like, well, you might as well do it, right? But, dude, I was like, and the funny part is when we went in, there was a lot of people in there. A lot. So they're all spending $10 a pop. And I'm thinking to myself, I thought that we're like in a bad economy with inflation. Everyone claims they have no money. How is Cold Stone Creamery full to the brim with people waiting in line to spend $10 a pop on a little thing of ice cream that you're going to eat in 5 minutes and be done with, right?
Oh, there you go. DSP didn't believe he was in, he didn't believe that he was in an economy that's struggling with inflation. Yeah, and that was back literally in May of this year. That's why I don't take any of his fucking takes seriously. This dude doesn't, like, he doesn't want to accept reality even when it's staring him at the face. I thought they were in inflation. I thought we were having issues with an inflation economy. And he still fucking bought that $10 ice cream for him and his wife. And there were a lot of fucking other people who were white, probably. Let's just go ahead and put it out there. The whole white people.
Now they want to escalate. They want to rush. They want to spend more of our money.
Damn.
Because they realize when Trump gets in, it ain't going to happen anymore. Trump's going to say, are you out of your mind? Fucking cut this off right now. We're not going to keep sending American money over there. What the fuck did they do to earn it? What are they doing in any way, shape, or form that means that we need to now pay for their country's existence? It's ridiculous. Okay, now listen, I don't want Russia to take the world over, right? The big fear is that if you don't do something to stop Russia and leave their power unchecked, we're going to have another World War II. We're going to have another Hitler that takes over the world because people were so pussyfooted back then. They didn't want to intervene. I don't know about that. And next thing you know, you got the Third Reich and you got the Axis powers and everything's fucked up, right?
I feel like that hit me like a train. What? Wait, I gotta slow that down. What?
That means that we need to now pay for their country's existence. It's ridiculous. Okay, now listen, I don't want Russia to take the world over, right? The big fear is that if you don't do something to stop Russia and leave their power unchecked, we're going to have another World War II.
Okay, number one, you mean you'll have another world war. That's probably what he means to say. Because to say it's another World War II, there's a lot of implications with that. I had to fucking stop. I had to think about that for a second. A 12th grade take on world. Yeah, it is kind of like a 12th grade take. So number one, off the bat, he should be saying will be possibly dragged into another world war. That should be the first thing. Not another World War II. World War II squared.
We're gonna have another Hitler that takes over the world because people were.
We will have another Hitler that takes over the world. Another Hitler that will take over the world. Apparently Putin is now Hitler.
So pussyfooted back then, they didn't want to intervene. I don't know about that. And next thing you know, you got the Third Reich and you got the Axis powers and everything's fucked up, right?
And then the summation of the rise of the Third Reich was, I don't know, guys. I don't know if we want to deal with this now. Man, what are we going to do? I mean, he is in a way correct that it could have been stopped early. But this is such a weird way of compartmentalizing how World War II took place that I think this is completely losing the plot, where it's just we're wanting to stop a world war erupting with possible intervention from nuclear powers. I think that's the key takeaway. We don't want a world war that's going to maybe potentially end up with the use of weapons that we really don't want to use. I think that's the scare. He's infantilizing the facts. It's a very, very boiled take. I don't know. This is nuts.
I get it. I totally get that. All right. I don't understand how us giving so many billion upon billions of dollars to the Ukraine has done that. How did that stop Putin exactly? Do we have any evidence that all the money we've given Ukraine has helped one bit?
I like how most of the people in his chat are trying to tell him it is old equipment that is being sent. Which is true. That is where a lot of it is coming from. There is actual cash aid that is sent as well. I don't like it from top to bottom though. I think we should be getting something out of it. But
and now it's the end of the time. What we're doing now is ineffective.
End of the time.
In 3 years, the Ukraine couldn't beat Russia and stop them from invading. What makes you think that a last-ditch effort of throwing more money and missiles at them is going to stop them now?
Because in the reverse, it's also saying that Russia hasn't been able to take over Ukraine in these 3 years. In these 3 years, they've also enlisted the Chinese and the North Koreans as mercenaries to go over and help fight. I would dare say that Putin was probably thinking that they were going to roll over in the first like fucking 2 months, and that didn't happen. Yeah, it basically is a war of attrition. See, he doesn't even look at it from this side. He's just looking at it, well, Ukraine's not been able to beat them, so why even give them anything? I don't know, or is he just saying to let it happen? Russia doesn't care about Ukraine until NATO started pushing its borders. It happened with Obama and with Crimea, and it happened with Biden again. That is true. This was provoked with NATO. But they're trying to keep their interests. I think that at some point the deal is going to be struck that Ukraine is going to end up ceding some land, though. I already feel that's what we're going to end up happening. But you're going to have like a missing generation with Ukraine. That's going to be nuts for the next like 30 years. And
it doesn't make any sense, because no matter what happens in 2 months, it all flips anyway, because Trump's going to come to power and say, we're ending this now.
It is what it is.
So this is a desperate, pathetic, weak, very closed-minded, and dangerous attempt of the Democrats on their way out to do a last desperate gasp of attention, gasp of power, and it means nothing. You know what they say? Full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. That's exactly what this is. All this is one last fart on the way out to blow the last remaining bit of tax money from Americans that worked hard and earned that money, and just blowing it out the ass towards Ukraine, and it's going to do absolutely nothing. This is a fucking waste of our time and money.
Yeah, I feel like this is bitching
as the American people, we need to start holding our politicians accountable for their actions. We do.
How? Is DSP going to propose anything? Are we going to have term limits? Are we going to have audits? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Are we just going to say that and just be like, yeah, man, somebody ought to do something about that guy, you know?
In this election, it should have been
to do something about that.
Who is going to do the best for the country? Not, oh, I'm afraid of a dictator. I'm afraid of this. I'm afraid of that. No. If you take a look at the track record, in the last 4 years, the Democrats have squandered the shit out of our tax money. We earned it all, we gave it to them, and they just blew it away. Meanwhile, all these problems around us are getting worse that could have gotten better if they actually appropriated the tax money properly.
Which problems would have been better if we handed over the tax money? Which problems? If he at least says construction of a border wall, I would probably be in agreement. But what other problems is he going to say that needed more money to fix the problems with inflation? What exactly do we have to pipe our money towards to fix the inflation? He could have at least said if we weren't taxed at all for that amount, maybe that would help with inflation. Maybe then I would agree. But he's basically saying, yeah, they should have took that money and they should have just moved it somewhere else. I'm not for that. I'm actually for, you know, them taking less of my money. Thank you.
Because of shit like this. You understand?
I don't want them to take as much they're taking.
This is stupid, disgusting, embarrassing. I mean, honestly, if you want my opinion, and this could be completely, you know, blown apart, and I'm sure people will criticize me. I feel like when the election ends, there needs to be a very rapid transition of power. Very fucking rapid. Now, so one side lost, but now they have 3 months to fuck everything up around the world. No, it should be, you lost, get your ass out, and they get a big rubber boot. And they put it on a big peg of wood, and it swings and it just kicks you on the ass, and you fly out the fucking door because you lost. And then the new people come in and they start actually running the country better. Now,
it's like less than a month and some change away, dude. The reason why they're giving that buffer zone towards like the whole end of the year is to finish up if there are any challenges or anything, and to facilitate the transition, which is roughly 90 days. That's quite appropriate. If you made it any shorter, it would be really hard to get anything done. I don't think he's advocating for a January 6th moment, but he's advocating for something. Wants a Maduro government? Nah. I don't know what the situation was specifically with Maduro and the transition of power, but I can't call bullshit on that without knowing the details.
Oh, we have to wait 2-3 fucking months.
Does he think that
for this to transition? And meanwhile, blow more money. Shoot.
Yeah, okay, I was about to say, Sizzy, thank you for pointing that out, but he does know that Trump's whole team needs time to like do a lot of picking for appointments, right? That's kind of why they need a little bit of time. How do you come up with like, you got a lot of positions that you got to pick for, man.
Missiles over at fucking Russia. Piss them off. Let's just fuck up the world. Why not? Hey, why not? Hey, I got an idea. Why doesn't Biden, all right, start making giant blimps of Winnie the Pooh with the leader of North Korea as the face, and just start shoving, just have it go down our streets. Why not? Why not piss them off, right? We got the last chance, our last chance to do something before we leave. Let's just piss them off, right?
That's Xi Jinping with China, Phil, not North Korea. The joke is about Xi Jinping not being made to look like Winnie the Pooh. He literally didn't even get the countries correct. He thought it was about North Korea. Oh man, he truly has no idea what the fuck is going on.
Come on, how can we piss off China? Let's think about how we can piss off China too before Trump comes in and tries to fix shit. Let's keep going, right?
Yeah, you want to know why he switched to China?
That's China. I'm sorry. I got my memes confused. The Winnie the Pooh is China. I got very confused there.
China
so
now,
it should have been
the
the Winnie the Pooh was the Chinese leader. Okay, I apologize. I made a mistake.
Doesn't even know who Xi Jinping is. That's pretty good. The Constitution sets the inauguration date as noon on January 20th, the year following the presidential election. Early transition is legally impossible. That sounds correct. I was about to say, I believe a lot of this is predefined, and the reason why it's predefined, it's just set a time limit to let everything kind of wind down and kind of transition correctly. But I mean, it's Phil's understanding, so, you know, get the Winnie the Pooh North Korean balloons out or something. I don't know.
Anyway,
I
think you see the point I'm making. Americans are tired of sitting here suffering with inflation, high prices, bad jobs, no ability to put food on their table, crime escalating everywhere around the country.
Put food on his table.
But we got to make sure that the Republicans are in power because, you know, Trump might be a dictator or a fascist. Yes, I'm sure. Because, ladies and gentlemen, you remember what happened when he was president last time. You remember how everyone was walking down the streets with Nazi insignias on their arms, goose-stepping and saluting, correct? I swear that happened. Or else, you know, what are people talking about? What were they afraid of? Exactly. I mean... Anyway. Thank you for listening to my little rant on Ukraine.
Thank you for listening to my
I'm just
TED
nervous.
Talk.
And the reason I'm genuinely nervous
now.
All right, is I wonder what else this senile Joe Biden's going to do before he's gone. Because he still has 2 months. Roughly 2 months.
This is literally Biden's fault,
it makes me nervous. What's the next thing?
Hey, it's the tractor beam.
Right? That he can do.
Did you give up?
I don't know,
Wait a minute. Did you guys literally give up? I'm 30 minutes behind current. Could you not withstand any of this? I'm enjoying the crap out of this. You guys are missing out. Well, you know you're not missing out because you're here now.
But he has time to screw stuff up. Absolutely he does. All right. Well, folks, I accidentally closed the tab, so if you could bear with me for 1 second.
Oh,
I want to get this news
now
story
you got to deal with the politics here. You guys fucked up. Now you got to listen to the politics. This is literally the thing I was looking forward to.
I accidentally closed this tab. This is the next one we're going to. I want to make sure that this is going to load. Okay.
Hopefully you guys have some good nonsense at least.
For the record, I have a couple of shout outs to do. But for the record, I just want to say this. And this is completely off the cuff, has nothing to do really with the topics I had planned for the show.
I love politics.
Actual show is tough to do, and the reason it's tough to do
is because you don't know what you're talking about. It's
so hard to have political websites load.
What? DSP politics is hard to do. This show is hard to do because the websites are hard to load. He doesn't know how to use ad block. He doesn't know how to archive a website. He doesn't know how to do any of this. You're crying? Somebody cast a spell befuddle on me.
Seriously, like they won't load. Guys. You try to load them and then they error out and glitch. They say, oh, your browser's out of memory, because they're all reliant very heavily on advertisements.
No, it's because you're using Chrome and it's a memory hog and it leaks memory. That's why it's saying it's out of memory, you dummy. That's literally a browser problem. Use Brave. Fucking A. Dude.
And the advertisements literally overload the effing page. It is so annoying. I'm looking at, I can't, like, half these, and before you say ad blocker, because I understand you can't use ad blocker on these sites. If you do, they say we detected an ad blocker, and if you use it, you can't use the site. We won't load the article.
Dude,
so it's a.
Okay, look, I'm going to show you how much he's lying right now. So the last site that we saw was the RFK Newsweek article, right? And right now I am running some basic ad blocks. So I'm going to show you right now, compared to what he saw, how many ads you guys seeing? You see any of those mid ads? You see any of side ads? You see any of that? Most of it's gone. Most of it is gone. I'm running like 4 different types of ad blockers just on Firefox alone. guess what? He can take this same article that he reviewed that was like riddled with ads. He could go on
was hoping to see a funny picture of Dave, but
whatchamacallit.
instead got smelly Joe lady.
He can do
Ho, ho, ho.
fucking Brave. And Brave will do the exact same thing. I don't have anything additional on Brave. Look, there's no ads. Whoa, wow, buddy. There's ways you can do this. Most people just archive the page. If you archive the page, it literally just takes all the important shit. That's how you're able to bypass any of like the subscription models that they do. Listening to Phil talk about politics makes me feel like the Violator from Spawn in the cemetery scene. How come they get all the smart ones and we get the regards? Yeah, I'm on Opera and it works great. Yeah, Opera's fine. Brave is fine. Adblock from Brave is solid. Yeah, it's pretty solid. I actually use it on my phone. It's great because it's a good alternative to using regular YouTube, or at least a YouTube app. And I can listen to YouTube while the phone is currently in a powered down state. It's great. Absolutely wonderful.
Major pain in the ass. Like, I have a bunch of tabs open for the rest of the show, and half of them are endlessly loading for no reason. They have giant pop-up ads for stuffed crust pizza and dresses and all kinds of dumb shit on the screen, and I can't. It's just dumb. It's really stupid. It's annoying. So that's why I accidentally closed that tab, but luckily I didn't need it yet, and now I got it open again in order for the next article here. Okay. Okay. I have some shout-outs to do. It looks like
shout-outs.
Anyway, continue. Please support it. Is interested in talking with me today? Okay, it is. Happen or change. Placing their weapons on the Ukraine-Russia border. Realize like that the last minute.
No, he's not going to talk about any of this.
They decided to invade Ukraine. NATO was placing their weapons on the Ukraine-Russia border, basically instigating Russia to retaliating to look like the aggressor. This is what the USA does. They instigate a country. When they retaliate, USA marks them as an aggressive villain. I don't know about that. I certainly don't know that. That could be true. That might not be true at all. That's just me reading a tip. To make that clear, folks, that is not my statement of fact. That's what someone is saying happened. I don't know if it did or not.
Can I search the transcript? There's a clip of murder people. Which transcript?
Okay. And I received...
just get to the next thing. Ready for the next story. Oh my god, did he walk away? He didn't pull his pants out, did he? Please don't pull a wedgie. Please don't pull a wedgie. He pulled a wedgie. You can see it. You can literally see him start to do it. He's literally doing it right there. Why is he doing this? Every time I restream him, every time without fail. Fucking A, I hate this place.
So we are going to continue on our second half of the show. 2 more major stories and some smaller ones at the tail end of the show. Thank you all for chilling here with me on Kick tonight. Great audience, right? How many do we have? Let's see, because I haven't looked in a while.
He has 700.
People.
Get to the next story.
200 viewers have filled derangement syndrome. Disclaimer. All right, a big warning.
Okay, wait, hold up. I'm gonna hear this. Here we go. This is like when they announce a new fighting game at Evo. They have like world premiere, and then it has like the it has the lady singing, and then then it gets to like this part, and then it's the depressing part right here.
Oh, for our next topic tonight, I'm just gonna do a big disclaimer.
I'm gonna
all right, a big warning. I wish I should have got it to say it on the screen, but I didn't. Our next topic of tonight is not a lighthearted one whatsoever. It's actually quite dark. Okay.
All right,
ladies and gentlemen.
By the way, World War III, that wasn't dark. This is gonna be pretty dark.
During this last decade,
all right, let's see.
The United States populace has been bombarded with a wild number of outlandish campaigns.
All right.
Speaking about Donald Trump in various different ways. As we've said already on this show, he's been called a dictator. He's been called a fascist. People are...
What? Huh?
We've said already on this show, he's been called a dictator. He's been called a fascist.
Like a Sonic anarchist? Like Sonic Go Fast? A what? I'm gonna shut the music up for a second, fucking idiot.
As we've said already on the show, he's been called a dictator. He's been called a fascist. 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 He's been called a fascist.
Gotta go fast.
People are equating him to Hitler, saying that, oh, if Donald Trump won this election, this is a really important election, because if Donald Trump beats Kamala Harris, we're going to have chaos in the streets, and people are going to come to your house and round you up because of the way you think, act, or look. It's over for you. People have actually said this, okay? Now, when people say this kind of stuff, there's two questions.
He got Hitler
that I have
right
to
at least.
ask. Question number one,
at least he said Hitler right.
Where were you during the years
they built the ladder
of 2016 to 2020?
To
Because I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but between the years of 2016 2020, Donald Trump was president. And I'm thinking back during that time frame, and I'm like, you know, I just don't recall Donald Trump having a Nazi mustache or a Hitler mustache, having a swastika on his arm, putting his arm out with the Nazi salute,
he do that?
And ordering an army of goose steppers down the street.
I wanted to see, oh man, could you imagine that? Because he like went for his mustache when he said mustache.
His arm, putting his arm out with the Nazi stash, or I don't recall.
He thinks about it.
Donald Trump having a Nazi mustache.
Literally points at his beard and then points it outwards.
Or a Hitler mustache, having a swastika on his arm.
He didn't do that.
Putting his arm out with the Nazi salute.
Thank God he didn't do that. I feel like DSP doing that on accident would have been pretty bad too. Can you imagine?
And ordering an army of goose steppers down the street. He didn't hesitate anyone should get round up and put into camps. He didn't start world wars. I mean, you want to know what he did? He had a big ass mouth. And he started a lot of shit. Because he said nasty things on Twitter. Okay? I will admit to that. Again, I've said this before. I wish that Donald Trump had more professionalism and self-control. He never really had that in his life, and he doesn't really need it because it seems like when he speaks his mind, he kind of gets ahead.
You think he's messed up?
I honestly think that's one of the major reasons why
he's been actually voted in to begin with.
Because he wasn't a career politician. He was a blusterous, hyperbolic talker who could get the crowds going, a populist, if you will. And people didn't like the figureheads anymore, the professional level politicians. People had enough of him, okay? They wanted, or enough of that. They wanted someone different. They saw that in Trump. So Trump gets elected. He has 4 years, but I didn't notice the country falling apart. I didn't. I saw maybe some things go good or bad for various different groups. Some things went good for me. Some things went bad for me personally. Like some things went very good and some things got worse. But that's kind of what always happens in life, especially as an American.
Oh my God.
Not everything is great.
Please don't say the roller coaster.
In this regard, okay, the other part of this equation that I have to say is, what do you think is going to happen when for years you have spread this hyperbole about Donald Trump to the world, but notably to the American people? Last week on this very show, we saw that Kamala Harris had celebrities like Will Ferrell saying to the American people,
oh my
if
God.
you don't vote for Kamala Harris,
I'm gonna do the thing. I know he's like going on and on with the Will Ferrell thing. I'm gonna give it that it literally was just a joke. I know that you can like take it as a personal attack, but it literally was just a joke because it's like a movie thing. It's literally like a movie style joke with the whole, what was it, Gary? I can't believe we're still harping on this though. This is fucking lame.
I'll hold you personally responsible.
Lame.
What was her slogan? We will not go back. Right? We're not going back, whatever it was.
He doesn't even remember.
Like as if
he doesn't
the
even know
world
what the slogan
and
was.
America will be completely changed and transfixed 100% if Donald Trump wins the election. People believe this now. So there's literally people who actually think that now in the next 4 years, their lives are going to be completely ruined. They believe that. Can you blame them? Well, some of us understand that this political bullshit in the United States is just that. It's bullshit. It's hyperbole. It's exaggeration. Some people don't. Some people aren't that smart. They don't possess that level of common sense or awareness. They genuinely believe everything that they're told. And the problem with that is that then you get people who sadly will lose their minds over everything they've been told.
Okay, what are the chances that DSP, like I know somebody's already probably seen into the future, what are the chances DSP is going to relate this to the detractors? I have like an inkling feeling in the back of my head, the back of my mind, that somehow or another this is going to get related to detractors, and I'm going to laugh really hard.
And then horrible things happen.
I really shouldn't laugh.
And
you know
it's
what? I'm not
disgusting
gonna laugh.
and it's despicable.
But I'm going to laugh.
And it needs to stop. But it seems like
Yeah,
it's not
like
stopping
me,
on both sides.
Because
as much as we can say the Democrats have said the bad things about
it's
Trump,
just like
Trump has said really bad things about the Democrats too. Remember when he said crooked Hillary and lock her up and all of that? And Kamala Harris is the worst vice president in history we've ever had. She's the worst politician. I don't believe that. I really don't. I don't think that Biden has actually been the worst president this country has ever had, like Trump seems to want to say. But the problem is,
a little bit.
When you over-exaggerate,
we're getting
practice
too far into the
hyperbole,
weeds right
dumb
now.
people, weak-minded people, people who are mentally ill will believe it, and then they take incredibly harsh action, and then people get hurt. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to look at a couple of those cases tonight.
All right, TDS.
Derangement syndrome in full effect. Minnesota dad who ranted against Trump election gunned down his wife, ex-girlfriend, and his 2 kids in a murder-suicide. That is horrible. Absolutely terrible. Should never have happened at all. And it happened right after the election. Basically, it was like a few days here. A Minnesota dad who ranted against President-elect Donald Trump online shot and killed his wife, ex-partner, and his 2 sons before then turning the gun on himself, according to authorities. The shooter, 46-year-old Anthony Nephew, had a pattern of mental health issues, Duluth Police Chief Mike Sanoa said on Friday, one day after authorities found 5 people dead inside 2 homes in the city. So think about that. He murdered one family, went to the next house, and murdered the other. Authorities found Anthony Nephew's ex-partner, Aaron Abramson, 47, and their son, Jacob Nephew, 15, dead from apparent gunshot wounds inside their home Thursday afternoon, police said. After identifying Anthony... can I read the article? After identifying Anthony Nephew as a suspect, police found a 45-year-old wife, Catherine Nephew, and their 7-year-old son, Oliver Nephew, dead from gunshot wounds inside a family home close by. Anthony Nephew was found dead inside the home from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Before his rampage, Anthony Nephew had been sharing left-wing and anti-Trump posts on his Facebook account. My mental health and the world can no longer peacefully coexist. And a lot of the reason is religion, Anthony Nephew wrote in July. I'm terrified of religious zealots inflicting their misguided beliefs on me and my family. I have intrusive thoughts of being burned at the stake as a witch or crucified on a burning cross.
Hey,
Do you think perhaps this kind of person, when they are hearing that the devil is being elected president, that maybe they might react in a bad way? Do you think maybe, perhaps, for some point, the people saying awful things should have accountability, taken? That people then lose their minds and act horrible ways based on what they said? I mean, people actually believe that I or my child are Satan or the Antichrist or whatever their favorite color of boogeyman they are afraid are this week. In another post, he accused Republicans of making it harder for women to leave abusive relationships. Gilead, here we come, he wrote, referencing The Handmaid's Tale. Yeah, this has been one. Ever since, basically, Trump won the election, The Handmaid's Tale has become this viral thing for the left, the left-leaning people, that the whole country is going to become The Handmaid's Tale. I heard women are buying Handmaid's Tale cosplay and wearing it out in the streets in protest that this has happened. It's like they can't handle reality. They actually want to believe. Now, the thing is, here's the thing. If you're so anti-Trump and you're so afraid, correct? Right?
You have space.
Why are you then dressing up in a dystopian way? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is just weird. It's bizarre to me. I don't understand how that's doing anything. So anyway, continuing on. Anthony Nephew shared other political posts, including an image of former President Barack Obama, Trump, President Biden, and Vice President Kamala Harris. The word hate sits under Trump's face, while the words hope, heal, and grow correspond with the Democratic politicians. Not that anyone cares, but as an independent voter, I would really like to see both the political parties in our country pick better candidates, he wrote in July. You know what? I agree with that. What did I say? I said 100%. I didn't like Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, or for that reason, Joe Biden when he was running for our presidential candidates. And that we need a better system, that we have better choices, not we're just saying, well, here's who you're voting for. Wait, what? What say did I have? Did I?
Dude, you have a lot of say. you actually have a lot to say. If you don't like any of those candidates, what candidate would DSP have actually voted for? Let's be real and honest for a second. DSP doesn't know anything about the current political fucking climate. He doesn't know anybody he would vote for, period. He just kind of follows along with whatever anybody is like willing to tell him, or whatever he happens to hear from somebody who he considers as a confidant. Bill doesn't know who he would vote for. It's kind of evident over the fact that he was unwilling to talk about politics until after the fucking election. So, I don't know. He wouldn't vote for anybody. He doesn't have any like ideas of who he would actually care about. This is worthless. This is actually meaningless talking. Actual meaningless talking. I don't think he would have voted for Arnold. I don't think so. He would have said it, and he would have said it in a very specific way to get himself, like, you know, removed from a partner program.
Get to vote? No. No, these are your choices. That's our two-party system. Too bad if you don't like it. Huh? But is that democracy then? I'm a little lost. How is that true democracy? I don't understand it. So, yeah, I agree. Both the candidates sucked ass, and therefore, no matter who won, we kind of lost anyway.
Republic,
That's kind of my take. Like, listen, I feel that under this Republican 4 years that we're going to have in the United States, perhaps some things particularly will get better for me and my family that we've been waiting on. Having interest rates go down. Him. Therefore, possibly I can refinance my home.
All right, there we go. It's about him now.
Perhaps taxes will get a little better, right? I don't know, but I generally think that some of that will improve under the Republican control, okay? Generally, I believe that. I could be wrong, but that's generally what I believe. I don't think having Trump as our president is going to help. I just don't believe that. I'm not one of these people who's like so pro-Trump and I love Trump and I love his mean tweets and I love all this shit. I literally don't. I think that he's kind of out of control when it comes to being completely immature, his hyperbole, his, you know, I think it's bad for the country, quite frankly. I told you guys, I'm no fan of Donald Trump. I'm just not, okay? All right, continuing on. We can do better than a binary choice between fascism and not fascism. That's also not what it was. Why does everyone believe that Donald Trump is a fascist? When did that happen? He was the president for 4 years.
Yeah, somebody's saying
this
right
there,
not
change from being a democratic country. I'm lost as to what he's talking about. But again, this is what people believe because this is what the media told them. This is what the talking heads and the figureheads told them. This is what the celebrities told them in Hollywood. Everyone told them this.
He's been corrected before on this.
I'm saying fascism instead of fascism. Okay.
Yes, you've been saying that for like years.
Excuse me, a fascism.
Okay,
sorry,
he finally got corrected. There we go. Sorry, guys, it was misspeaking.
Anthony Nephew previously even issued a chilling warning about his mental health battles, writing in an op-ed to the local Duluth News Tribune in 2021.
Thank God he got
millions of Americans,
that,
a breakdown
right?
leads to suicide or homicide before suicide. Mental health in the country is stigmatized, ignored, or treated as a burden for the individual to bear alone with little help and less understanding. Americans deny they have mental health struggles because they have to, because they're told to, or because they don't realize their mind's broken. The police in Duluth, the city of 90,000 residents, have not yet determined a motive in the shootings.
So there's not a motive in the shooting. I don't know if this is specifically in relation to, you know, the guy posting a political nonsense, but it probably may just be a mental health issue. Probably. I don't know where he just like he reads it out loud. There is no motive currently. But I don't think it had anything to do with the election. That's a bit of a stretch here, bud.
Well, man. I mean, there might be a follow-up at this point. I don't know, because this was from, you know, like a week ago, a little over a week ago. Because I was saving these up for we were going to do this as a topic.
No, we're not going to look for it.
Continuing on, we have another one.
Next story. This one,
wife of a prominent trans writer hacked father to death with an ice axe after Trump's a space rocket program manager.
Wait, what?
After Trump's a space rocket program manager butchered her father with an ice axe on election night after a breakdown following President-elect Donald Trump's victory, and was found smiling and clapping, covered in her loved one's blood, the cops say. Corey Burke considered the bloody rampage in which she allegedly strangled, bit, and hacked her 67-year-old father in the $800,000 Seattle home they shared as an act of liberation, charging documents allege. Berg 33 is a training program manager at Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos' spacecraft company, according to her LinkedIn, and is married to a prominent transgender writer, Samantha Leigh Allen, Public Record Show. Well, let me tell you something.
All right, tell us something. What is Phil going to tell us?
Jeff Bezos has the best screening program possible for his training manager. Like, a training program manager, huh? Yikes.
Big yikes.
Let's continue. I'm not even looking at that one. Let's keep going.
No, go back. What is that other one? What are we looking at?
Yikes.
What was he looking at?
Let's continue.
Yeah, he's not going to look at this one. I'm not going to look at this one, guys.
I'm not even looking at that one. Let's keep going. Allen is the author of the acclaimed book, Real Queer America, LGBT Stories from Red States, and an editor at them, a Condé Nast transgender news publication. The killing was meant to help people change their attachment to their parents.
What a guy.
And it had to happen today, Burke told police, her face covered in her father's blood, according to court documents.
Man.
Burke had been upset about the election and knew Trump would handily beat Vice President Kamala Harris when she allegedly snapped, apparently when her father, Timothy Burke, refused to turn off the lights. She went upstairs, grabbed an ice pickaxe, gripped her father, choked and bit him on the floor, and then struck him repeatedly with the blunt and sharp ends of the tool. Burke sat down next to her father and watched him die, then smashed all the windows in the house in what she described as an act of liberation. When cops arrived, they found Burke clapping because she was so happy. Burke was worked at Blue Origin for about 5 years, according to her LinkedIn page, and lived with her father in a house in South Seattle.
It's an ice pickaxe.
But she's married. But she's living with her father in a house in South Seattle. Where is her significant other living? Burke told police she had a strained relationship with her father without strong boundaries that had left her feeling hyper-focused and disorganized. So why is she living with her father? Married, but still living with the dad, but you have issues with the dad. I'm very confused. Trump's election victory overwhelmed her and finally pushed her attention to the breaking point, she said. When officers arrived, she came out of the house with her hands up and blood smeared on her face, but she said she didn't have any idea where the blood came from or who smashed the windows. She later described the dispute with her father over the lights, eventually whispering, "I killed him," to one officer. Charging documents said Burke has been charged with first-degree murder and is being held on $2 million bail. Now,
if you're going to want to say that this is possibly politically related, I wouldn't say this would be directly politically related, but it would be a way in which you could describe what happens when somebody is in disagreement with their family member and politics are involved. I don't think this is specifically because Trump won was like, yeah, this is time. I think this was, yeah, I hate my father. I hate his politics and everything involved and stuff. It's like, maybe it could be politically related, but that's like a not specifically, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, there are bigger issues involved. This is the I hate my father and I got problems. That's really what it was. I hate my father and I got a lot of problems.
Much as I would like to say, these are the only two stories, they're not. These are the two biggest stories. These are the ones that have been kind of sensationalized, but there have been numerous reports of fights breaking out, family members literally disowning their other family members, friendships breaking and ending, relationships breaking and ending, all because Donald Trump won the U.S. presidency.
Absolutely insane.
If you're involved in one of these situations, okay, I have a sincere question for you, and I would hopefully like to get an answer tonight, okay? Here's my...
I have a question for the person in Seattle who I think he said it was a troon. I don't really know. Who's trans. And then who else? The guy who is dead after he murdered his ex and his kids. I have a question for the dead guy and the lady who used an ice pickaxe. Whatever the fuck that was. Here's my question to you guys.
Question to you. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh, yeah.
It's a fucking election.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
It happens every 4 years. No, really. We have presidential elections in the United States every single 4 years. In fact, there's no chance that Donald Trump can be president a second time after this one, because this will be his second term. There's checks and balances in place to make sure that he can't be a president the third time. So what the fuck is wrong with your head? Why would you lose a friend, lose a loved one, lose a family member or a significant other? Why would you take extreme action?
How do you say that word?
A loved one, lose a family member or
a family member?
Why would you lose a friend, lose a loved one, lose a family member, or
I feel like every day I've been checking in on this guy is always like a new day in which he has slurred a word to a degree in which I don't even know if he's coming in drunk or if this is just like impairment of anything. What is going on, man?
a significant other. Why would you take extreme action because of a fucking election?
He did disown
I want you to
Jenna.
look around you right now, all of you who are watching live or who are watching this show.
It's because she's a
some of you will probably
weirdo,
watch
right?
this as a clip, correct? Look around.
All right, look around.
Do you see Donald Trump anywhere in the room?
Yeah, actually, you know what's funny about this? You want to see Donald Trump in the room? Donald Trump's right there. You have him on your little thing. Donald Trump's right there. What do you mean is Donald Trump in the room? He literally is. He's right next to your turkey. He rotates every like minute. He's right behind you. He just disappeared when you went to look for him. Is Donald Trump over here?
We're watching this show.
Or Donald Trump?
On demand. Because some of you will probably watch this as a clip, correct? Look around.
Donald Trump over there?
Do you see Donald Trump anywhere in the room?
Donald Trump's going to show up after all this.
I don't see Donald Trump anywhere in the room. Well, actually, he was on this screen.
Oh,
but luckily, that's a digital representation. That's not the real Trump.
Okay,
all right?
That's not
the
real
truth
Trump.
is, yes, Donald Trump's election will affect us all in some way. But life goes on. It's literally not the end. Donald Trump is not going to move in with you. He's not going to force you to do things against your will
start
every
off
day.
like that.
When you pour your cereal into the cereal bowl,
don't say Froot Loops. Don't say Froot Loops.
And you're about to pour milk in it. Donald Trump will now walk up to your table, drop trow.
I'm going to just skip this.
Why are you acting like that's going to happen? Why are you acting like the world is over? I'm lost. Now, the people there, obviously, who did the extreme actions, they're unhinged. We already know that. One of the guy admitted over and over that he had mental illness and he didn't know how it was going to affect him. The other person, geez, the way that they're acting, I mean, yeah, they're laughing at it, that they brutally murdered their father. It's insane, right? We can all agree there. That's not sane thought. It's broken mentality or broken mental state. But for other people who didn't go to that extreme, but then they're still acting like this. Oh my God, the world is over. No, it's not. Okay? I want you all to take a deep breath. The world's not over. Your life's not over. Perhaps there will be people in charge of this country for the next 4 years and you won't.
You know what I was hoping for this whole TDS segment? I thought he was going to go through fucking Twitter and he was going to look at all the people who are having fucking meltdowns, asking for like additional assassination attempts and shit. But instead we got like fucking, I don't know. I call this like a fucking dumb take because it really is. When you actually think about this, he is really just using two stories that at a stretch can be related to political violence. But realistically, it's somebody who is unhinged and talked about politics. Another person who is unhinged at a family member who talked about politics and just was an opposition to hers. Like, that's what it is at the end of the day. I maybe the second story you could maybe attribute to it potentially being politically motivated, but the first one I don't think so. I think that's a big stretch. And this is coming from this is literally coming from somebody who literally voted for Trump. I'm telling you, this is really ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. This is not TDS on display. This is just two violent acts that have a small angle in which politics are even somewhat even remotely mentioned. And that's about it. I think these were unhinged people that probably needed to seek some kind of psychiatric help because they had a lot more going on in their head outside of politics. This is nuts. I'm telling you, this is nuts. This doesn't make a whole lot of sense, man.
Agree with their choices, and you think perhaps they're going to give you a harder time to live. I've been there too, where, oh God, now things are going to be tougher for me for the next 4 years.
And now he relates it to himself.
But it's going to be fine.
He literally brings it to himself. You're kidding me.
Okay?
And then we get the roller coaster. It wasn't the sandwich shop, but we got the roller coaster analogy now with the fucking high highs and the low lows. We have now related up to, we have just related quote unquote political violence involving one with a guy doing a fucking murder and suicide of his family, and the other being a brutal murder involving a quote unquote ice pickaxe to himself. He could have just left this alone, man. He could have just been like, I get it. Things can get tough, but it ain't that serious, man. He could have done anything else.
Sometimes you're up here and you're a high and things are going well. And sometimes you're way down here and you're worse and things are going bad. But it fluctuates like a sound wave, okay? That's life. And in life and in culture, things swing to the left and to the right like a pendulum. And sometimes you're all the way over here, and sometimes you're all the way over here, and sometimes you're kind of in the middle, and you get that kind of hypertension of people getting at each other's throats. Right now, we were all the way over here, and now we're swinging all the way over here for a while. But it's not going to stay like that forever. It's going to go back. There is literally no reason for you to lose your mind over this.
Dude, go back to what? According to Phil's own takes, the worst of times we're back on this side of the pendulum. The thing he was just complaining about, we're getting away from him. We're going to this side of the pendulum. But we were just complaining about this corner demon here, and now we got this corner demon over here. So which corner demon are we supposed to be afraid of right now? Why did we even make this analogy? This is a terrible analogy, by the way. This is a horrible analogy. Because in his mind, he's thinking, they're going to be okay if the pendulum's over here. Well, are you going to be okay if the pendulum's here? Is he going to complain if the pendulum's over here? I don't know. I actually don't know. This is such a fucking god tier retarded take. This has nothing to do with the fucking story at hand, and somehow or another we're literally relating murders to his own lived experience about sitting here in a condo streaming video games to fucking people in the European Union for fucking 6 hours a day, 8 hours if you count the pre-stream. What a guy. What an actual fucking individual. What a fucking character. One could say even a clown.
Elections are a 4-year cycle. Things will change. There'll actually be other elections in the meantime. The president is every 4 years, but other spots are not. There'll be other things, local things in the states and other spots that will be changing and shifting. Right? We're going to see what happens. It doesn't mean to go nuts and murder people and do awful things and break relationships and just ruin your life over it.
Guys, murdering people is bad. Okay? Ruining your relationships are bad. Okay? And, you know, just like me with the pendulum, one way or another, it's going to go left or right. So please, you know, think twice before killing somebody, okay? Especially with an ice pickaxe.
Just keep a metered mind, a level head.
A metered mind.
And understand that things are not always going to be perfect or good for everyone, but things will get better. The truth is, I feel the reason these people react like this is because of the irresponsible people in charge who run things. If our media didn't present arguments like if this person gets elected, it's all over for all of us and the devil has won and blah, 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 then people wouldn't freak out like that. But the thing is, they think they can't win the election unless they exaggerate. So they have to lie. They have to say the ridiculous thing. They have to go over the top. Because if they don't, then they can't get the votes they need. And if that's the case, isn't that the real problem here?
The real problem. What is the real problem? What is DSP diagnosing as the real problem? Is he diagnosing that the real problem is current like media, the current old world media apparatus of like old television is currently putting a spin on politics in a way in which makes people divisive and antagonistic towards the opposite side? Is he saying that? Is that what he's currently charging? Because he can if he wants to. He can't point out specifically which media places are doing it. He'll probably point out the obvious ones. He'll be like, it's like CNN's fault. But it's like more than CNN's fault, if you're going to go that route. But if he can't just outright say that, then what is he saying? Is it social media? Is it society at large? You're going to say all of these things are completely meaningless unless you follow it up with specific things or specific examples or like a point to be made. But he has made this so big and so general that you don't even know which side he is talking about. You do know which side he's talking about, because you'll have the context of like the first story and like everything that comes with it. But like, he's not going to explain it. He's just going to be like, murder is bad. Don't kill people, okay? The media sucks. Don't believe the media. Believe me as I'm disseminating the media, okay?
At the end of the day, is it the problem that you can't win the election without using the hyperbole? And that goes for Democrats and Republicans. I feel like on both sides.
See? This is what I mean. He doesn't outright say it. I know what he's talking about. I know specifically what he's relating to. But he can't even outright say the problem. He literally says, this is happening on both sides. This is happening with the media demonizing the other side. This is unfair. This shouldn't be happening. Can you just stop pussyfooting around? We all know that the narrative that has been running for the last 8 odd years, maybe slightly longer. We're almost, I think, 9 years, but like for at least 8 years, we've had it with Orange Man as the fucking reincarnation of Hitler. We literally were talking about it earlier, and now we have just rammed the fence post right up his rectum. It is right now popping out of his mouth as he sits here and he opens his gob and says, both sides. It happens with both sides. Well, I don't actually agree. The current fucking landscape when it comes to the legacy media is right now overwhelmingly one side or another. And that's the side you're talking about. You should just address it. And if you addressed it, you'd be kind of true and honest with yourself. Yes, the legacy media has a left-wing bias. That's what it is. That's what we're talking about. That's the thing that you should be talking about right now. Not the both sides.
They need to cut the shit, because there's dumb people, there's weak-minded people, there's mentally ill people who either believe them or can't handle reality. And when you teach them that everyone's a boogeyman, everyone's out to get them, everyone's evil, for us or against us, it's right and wrong, it's black and white. Bullshit.
You literally do that with your own followers, though. This is how he treats his own audience when it comes to anybody interacting with quote-unquote detractors. They're wrong, I'm right. I know I'm right, get the fuck out. And if you don't believe me, then you need to get the fuck out of here. Get your head checked. You're a mentally ill fucking idiot. This is what we do today. This is like a little black and white thing that you do all the fucking time. That's something you could do. You're related to the trolls, dude.
It's not. It's
right?
shades of gray.
Right.
It's people who have disagreements who have to learn to coexist, work together, so that
all
of us can be prosperous, happy, and healthy. It's not I win at the expense of you losing. It's we learn how to all exist together and win together. That's the problem with American politics. That's why we have these situations, because they don't know how to do that, because that's the hard way of doing things. Instead of, fuck you, I win, it should be we all win. But that's a harder idea. That's a harder concept to grasp. And they don't want to think. They don't want to have to work. They just want to sit and ride high and, you know, get the votes on the bullshit instead of earning the votes.
I want to know who that they are. Can you tell me?
Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for that topic.
All right, shout out.
We have one more major topic for tonight, but I have some contributions to shout out.
Hell yeah. We're into the shout out segment.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Ren. Ren says, I think both campaigns...
Bill in his cabinet or administration? Isn't there a position for, like, waste management? I feel like there is. If there is, he needs to be ahead of that. That'd be pretty good. All right, he looks at the money, counts the money, claps a little, and then he does this. He makes this face. I don't know where it is. That face.
Viewers here tonight. Let's hit the goal tonight.
Help the trolls, dude.
Do it. All right.
All right.
It's time for our next story on DS Politics.
Is the music supposed to be that crappy? Is the music literally supposed to be that crap? Oh, wait, I have it at 1.10. Never mind. That's why. I was like, why does it sound so wobbly?
Ladies and gentlemen, Darkside Pimp has just gifted 64 I'd say I saved the best for last, but I don't necessarily know if that's...
Okay, can we get to the story? Holds his titties. Are we still doing this? I don't know if he got to the story.
Out here has escalated so badly. Okay,
right, we are actually talking about
smashing the ATM, taking the money, car.
Okay. So it is actually a story. I thought he was like doing more like the money segment.
I'd say I saved the best for last, but I don't necessarily know if that's how people are going to take this segment. All right, let's get started. All right.
There's the actual start.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, I live in a suburb of Seattle, Washington. Okay,
not
a suburb
of
Seattle, Washington,
but in Seattle.
And
you know what I mean?
In this area of the country where I live in Washington State, it is incredibly left-leaning and liberal. Everything here, the government, every level of it, the way that they police, the lawmakers, everyone in charge is incredibly liberal. All right. Now, I don't have an issue with that. What I have an issue with is that actively in the last 4+ years,
that's funny. That's actually funny. I don't have an issue with everybody being liberals. He literally made songs like Hipster in Seattle, making fun of people out in Seattle being hippies and liberals. That's a funny thing for him to say that, considering how much we have made fun of liberals.
Has become a ginormous problem here in
the Seattle area. I don't have an issue with liberals. I
don't just mean, oh, there's a few thefts here or there. I mean actual organized crime rings, people who are smashing into buildings overnight and robbing ATMs by stealing someone's car in a carjacking and then driving it through the front double doors, smashing the ATM, taking the money and running out the door. People who are driving into the front of drug dispensaries, like the marijuana dispensaries that are legal here in the United States, they'll drive right into it, rob the entire store. We've got rings of people who in one night will rob 4 to 5 different stores in the same neighborhood, and they don't ever get caught or go to jail. Okay? It's gotten so bad, and the crime out here has escalated so badly. I swear to you, this is not an exaggeration. I'm going to prove it to you in a second. You can now go to a store, any retail store. All right, let's take an example. Walmart. You can go to Walmart right now, and you can stand at the front of Walmart and just look around for 2 hours straight. You will absolutely witness someone stealing and running right out the front door with absolutely no one to stop them, nothing to track them or follow up on that crime, and no repercussions whatsoever.
All right, guys, this is going to be Phil telling us and teaching us how to steal from a Walmart 2024 out in Seattle.
Okay? The law enforcement out here have been outright told to not even bother apprehending people who steal from retail stores unless they're putting people in like physical harm or they're stealing an incredible value amount of stuff, like thousands upon thousands of dollars of product. Then they will actually physically arrest them. Otherwise, if they get caught, they just get told, give the product back, and then they let them go. They literally don't do anything about it. They're not arrested. They're not even detained. They just let them go. Now, it got so bad, okay? So bad that even the people here in the last year to year and a half have begun to say, we went too far. We made the laws too lax. We made it too easy to commit crime. We made it so that there's no repercussions. And because of this, we need to change. What was happening was businesses in downtown Seattle were getting robbed so frequently, so often, with no way to stop it. They all went out of business. There was a Target that was in downtown Seattle. Target, you know, the major corporation chain, had to close their doors because they were losing more product than valid sales. Multiple stores were getting smashed and attacked every night, and they had to go out of business.
You know, so
finally, people
happen,
went to the government and said, "We have to stop this. You have to do something. We're dying out here. Our businesses cannot exist or live. We need a Seattle Batman. What do we call him? Liberty Man. I don't know. Captain Lefty. I don't know what to call. You need someone out here to do something because right now nothing is stopping this. It's just getting worse and worse."
Okay, Lefty, you literally have your new clip. This is your new clip right here.
Captain Lefty. I don't know.
There it is. You could be Captain Lefty. Oh man, I'm gonna save this for Lefty. I'm gonna put this and I'm gonna make it so that way he knows the next time. You know what? I'm gonna make a fucking notification if he ever joins in on Twitch.
Liberty Man. I don't know. Captain Lefty. I don't know what to call. You need Liberty Man. I don't know. Captain Lefty. I don't know what to call.
Yeah. Oh shit, I had the music playing back there, didn't I? You fucker. You fuck.
Liberty Man. I don't know. Captain Lefty. I don't know what to call. You need Captain Lefty. I don't know what to call.
There you go. Well, Captain Lefty.
Need someone out here to do something, because right now, nothing is stopping this. It's just getting worse and worse. Okay? And what I like to do is actually show you the evidence of what I'm talking about. All right? Because a lot of people say Phil makes it up. He lives in his gated community. He doesn't know what he's talking about. First of all, there's a reason I live in my gated community. I'm not a fucking idiot. Okay?
Why do you live in your gated community? Is it because you want to keep those people out? Or is that what you're trying to tell me?
I kind of saw where things were going. I'm like, you know, this is good for me and my family. Why do you think I moved here 10 years ago, right? But allow me to show you.
I saw where things were going. I saw where things were going as I was living in Connecticut. And I thought to myself, well, I'm going to move into Seattle, so better get to a gated community where those people can't get me. You know what I mean? They might be able to get to the Walmart, but they won't be able to get my dented head. What the hell is happening up here? What happened? It's like a crater missing out of his head. Wait a minute. Huh? What happened? Why is there like a chunk missing out of his head? God damn it. Every time I pause on this dude, there's always something going on over here.
Going on in Seattle right now. Why car thefts are a gateway to more serious crimes committed by kids. Wait, what did you just say? Car thefts are being committed by kids? Yes. We had an entire group of guys out here called the Kia Boys. Yeah, they were going around stealing all the Kia cars. Children. These were not people in their, you know, late teens, 20s, 30s. Children. We're doing this. Okay? In our series, Underage and Under Arrest, law enforcement experts say stolen cars are driving a spike in juvenile crime. Over the past several months, King 5 reported an alarming trend of Western Washington, a spike in crimes committed by juveniles.
King 5, King 5, King 5. Oh my god, we're going to get big ups King 5. That's why I said the stream was featuring King 5.
No juvenile crime has spiked more than car thefts. Law enforcement experts, say it's leading to an increase in more serious crimes committed by kids. The stolen cars are being used in armed robberies and smash and grab burglaries. They find a soft target, they just keep going till they just can't anymore. Co-owner of hashtag Cannabis Logan Bauer said, Bauer Shop in Old Town Redmond has been hit by burglars 5 times in the last year. In many smash and grab cases, surveillance videos show groups of people scurry into a shop to pick off product and look for cash. Law enforcement said more often than you'd think kids are behind those masks. Every time it is crushing to a small business. Every time probably 30,000 to 40,000 worth of damage to the building. Or probably around 200K worth of damage at this point last year alone. The cars that ripped through the dispensary are part of a trend around Western Washington. In King County, compared to 2019, juvenile felony charges for car thefts are twice as high.
What was it before?
The numbers are even more extreme in Pierce County, where car thefts have tripled.
Hey, but what was it before?
And now they're on pace in 2024 to be even higher. Sergeant Darren Moss of the Pierce County Sheriff's Department and other law enforcement experts said to pull off more serious crimes, you often have to start with a car. It's the start of any crime that you're going to think of. That's the first.
Look, I don't want to downplay the fucking crime, but like one of the reasons why I hate statistics like this is if you just had the double or triple, but you don't know what the number was before it doubled, it doesn't really matter. If there was like one crime that was committed in 2023 and there was 2 crimes committed in 2024 and it doubled, I kind of need to know that it was 1 to start and then 2 later. I'm just saying, like, I hate when things are like that without knowing the raw number statistics placed into the article itself. It kind of sucks. I don't like that.
Step. Police officials say recent laws are contributing to the increase in car thefts. Like in 2021 police pursuit law that only allows officials to initiate a chase if they had reasonable suspicion of a violent crime. Kids knew it would be easier to get away with stealing a car. So as long as they're not actually physically attacking someone violently,
not being reported
cops were told, just let it go. So that shoplifting, stealing of anything, all allowed. Now that law luckily was reversed over this last summer. But what's happened is, for 3-4 years, people knew that they could just get away scot-free with it. So now you have a whole generation of people who are acting like that. A law that's still on the books doesn't allow minors to be questioned without an attorney. It was passed to prevent youth from coercive police tactics.
Yeah,
law enforcement said the outcome is a lack of accountability.
What
we're seeing is that we're not necessarily getting to address lower level crimes, and it's leading to an increase in our violent crimes continuously.
Well, I guess it does depend on the crime, but they
prevention is the best way to keep kids from being tempted to do dumb crimes because they're not profitable. The people who are recruiting them don't care what happens to the kids. We can remove the profit incentive. We remove the incentive for people to coerce, encourage, or recruit kids to commit the crimes. What the pandemic did was create silos. Since 2020, he's seen more kids lose their connection to school and sports. He watched some of the most vulnerable stray to crime. When faced with adversity, they went back to the skills they learned in their trauma-informed spaces. This is what we're seeing in our communities. Young people that weren't equipped for the world we're now in. Do you want to know something? I'm reading this. Oh, by the way, I just talked about the Kia boys. Here it is. Law enforcement has made strides to stop it. There's been a number of so-called arrests, involving the Kia boys. What the? I'm just trying to highlight that. Thanks. A group of young people leveraged a design flaw in Kias and Hyundais, and they made cars popular by posting these videos on TikTok. The victims of these crimes, like #cannabis, are dealing with significant losses. Okay, so that's the article.
I think conspiracy
However,
with
I
a
do have a
minor
question.
should be a crime.
I have to ask a question. Okay.
All right. What's the question?
These are children. These are not grown adults doing it. They are children. A child is legally the responsible of their parent or guardian. Where the fuck are the parents? How is it that these kids are free to go out and do whatever they want? They can rob cars. They can drive them into the front of buildings. They can rob. Where the fuck are the parents? And if the parents are irresponsible, like someone literally just said in chat, they're home smoking crack. Let's say that's the case. And these kids get picked up for committing violence.
All right, I was not expecting him to read out a comment. They're at home smoking crack, but all right.
Violent crimes, robbing cars, destroying dispensaries.
I'm gonna lean back to
what is the punishment for that parent? Because they're legally responsible for the child. They're the ones that had the kid and has to raise that child and make sure that they become a productive member of society. Where's the punishment for the parent sitting at home high off their fucking ass?
He's talking about parents at home smoking crack while the Kia boys are out in town lifting some Kias. That's what you joined into.
Because if there was a punishment to the irresponsible party that created the child, then they probably wouldn't have had the child. Get it? People are not just going to willy-nilly have kids and not care about them if it means they're going to get punished and locked up for the actions of the child. But for some reason, this is like lost. No one talks about this. No one can figure this out. It's like the big, crazy, unfigure-outable thing. Oh, punishment for actual irresponsibility? Yes.
Is he implying that a child who commits a crime, the parent should be responsible in a way depending on whatever crime it is? And nobody can live off child support without children. That is true. You can't live off child support if there aren't any children. Like, okay, if we have a child assault somebody, I don't know, they go off and they get into a fight, right? And it's assault and battery. Does that mean the parent gets in trouble too? That introduces a whole like litany of issues. I think finding out whether or not there's just gross negligence in the child and what's going on in the household can get you into hot water. That's fine. But like, I don't know. Like, I feel like we're stepping into some weird draconian territory right now if we're saying, yeah, man, like in reality, we should have the parents who also should go to jail if the kid's going to jail if they stole a car. Like, at that point, like, how do you separate the parent from that situation at that point? What if it's like, what if incidentally a kid is involved into a group of teens that are doing it and it's like their first time and they're not a delinquent and they're not from a like derelict home and shit? What if they were just out with friends and that just happened to happen? Those parents get punished too? I mean, according to him, that's the case. How does he make these distinctions? Yeah, they can be punished for the child's actions to a degree. If you're stealing and wrecking a car, they're going to be paying for it. Absolutely. I just think that the way he's presenting this is a little too broad, and he's just gotta reel it back just a little bit. So if Jasper chews the wire, does that mean Phil should have the PC confiscated? No, it means that when animal control comes into the house, Bill should also be charged for the cat getting into the wires, because he created a household environment that was prone to having the cat do that. He once knew a guy who shot up a hospital. When I need you to come with me. Yeah, it's kind of like, no, not quite like that. If your kid has mental issues, maybe not get him a gun for his 16th birthday. There are instances where it's situations like that, where you're blatantly doing something that is just absolutely nonsense. You have a kid who has diagnosed mental issues. They're going to therapy. Getting them a firearm is not a good thing. And if they end up committing a crime with that, yeah, to a degree, you're going to be held, culpable in some way, shape, or form for providing that firearm. I think in this instance, he's trying to just say that the kids who are out there are all just delinquents anyway, and the parents are also delinquents as well. They should all just be rounded up and just tossed in the slammer. If only the world worked. If only the world was so easy that it could work like that and solve all the problems.
Let's continue.
Yeah, I think that was Randy Stair. I'm not.
West Seattle 7-Eleven robbed twice in 24 hours. There have been 8 robberies at the same location since February. What? 7-Eleven clerk Shivan Kalyan is working the register at the West Seattle location the morning after his coworker was robbed on the job hours earlier. He took the whole thing from here and they took the cash from the register too. That's what they did. Then they ran away. The second time in a day that his shop was hit by robbers in less than 24 hours. Seattle police say 8 robberies since February. Kalyan wasn't working last night, but when a man held a gun to his head, an image of the crime was captured by store surveillance camera. Can we see that?
Getting robbed twice a day is kind of hilarious.
Look at this.
That is nuts.
That's terrifying. Fucking guys getting paid minimum wage.
I've never had a gun ever pulled out on me before.
Oh, it was just down there anyway. Why did they? Now wait a minute. Why did they put a link of that when it was literally right there and we were going to see it anyway?
Because it was being in relation to like a thing that was mentioned earlier in the article, and that's a hyperlink to an anchor point on the web page to say the image in question. Why are you nitpicking that? That's just web design, dude.
We don't have an option. What do we do? This is not like a kid playing cops and robbers. These kids are very, very dangerous. You notice he's saying kids, because I'm not kidding you. These were children who committed these crimes. Okay? No one is trying to stop them. They keep doing it. We got robbed the night before, then we get robbed 2 more times.
For someone who talked about not letting the media manipulate you, sure, yeah, you know what? Actually, that's a good point. For someone who talked about not letting the media manipulate you, he is letting this story get him upset while offering nothing constructive to the conversation outside of his outrage. Because at the end of the day, what he's using is like drumming up the reason why things are bad or getting worse in his state, and he's not going to offer anything out of this. It's just going to be anecdotal. Well, this is what's happening. Hopefully things get better. I don't know about you guys, maybe it's not as bad as in your area, but this is the reason why. And then he'll make it about himself. And then that'll be the end of the day. You don't learn anything political out of this. In fact, this isn't even politically motivated. If he had said that this is expressed fault of a political party enacting these particular laws and there's a solution to this, he should say, well, this is the solution, blah, 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 blah. But instead he's just reading out these articles and saying, isn't this weird? Isn't this wild? Isn't this amazing? What gives? Whoa, wow. He flails his arms a little bit. This is fucking lame presentation. Absolutely lame presentation.
The youngest suspect in a string of Seattle gas station robberies pleads not guilty. The boy, who was 13 years old, faces 4 counts of first-degree robbery and 1 count of making a false misleading statement to a public servant. A 14-year-old boy charged for a string of gas station robberies pleaded not guilty in the Juvenile Division of King County Superior Court on Thursday, November 21st. The boy, who was 13 at the time, faces 4 counts of first-degree robbery and then a count of making a false or misleading statement to a public servant. 19-year-old Amari Lard and 21-year-old Ty Xavius Holmes were charged with 4 counts of felony first-degree robbery in connection with the robberies.
I want him to make a comment, because I know he wants to make a comment, and I know somebody here. All right, they're already doing it. They literally already doing it. You already get the first laugh my ass off with the Xavius Holmes. I want him to literally make a comment. Will DSP make a comment on the name?
Adults remain in custody on $400,000 bail and are scheduled to. What the fuck is going on over here? This is so distracting. This is so fucking stupid. God, these ads kill me.
Yeah, look at him.
$400,000 bail and are scheduled to appear in court on December 4th. I can't even get it off the screen.
But he used ad block.
Seattle police believe the trio was behind a series of convenience store robberies over an hour and a half in the early morning of November 15 from Georgetown to West Seattle. According to court documents, the suspects paid off with cash from the registers, tobacco products, and a cashier's wallet. They were also captured on store surveillance footage at all 4 locations. They're also connected to several other robberies for earlier in the month, but no charges have been filed for those yet. Holy shit. The 3 were arrested Saturday, November 16th after leading police on a dramatic car chase that ended in a crash near Tukwila. At the time of his arrest, the 14-year-old was wearing clothing nearly identical to that worn during the robberies that were committed. After being arrested, the boy allegedly provided a false identity. So, basically, they've got him dead to rights. They've got all the clothes and everything to prove that it was him. 13 years old at the time. But we're not done. Are you kidding me? Look at this. Look at this. This has nothing to do with the article. This is very annoying that they're playing that right now. It's very distracting. I don't care about what happens in Muckleshoot. You ready? It gets even worse. I saved the worst for last. It's unbelievable. An 11-year-old was among a trio arrested in connection to a Seattle convenience store robbery. Okay? 2 adults and a child appeared in court this afternoon in connection to a string of convenience store robberies. The one in the video is holding a rifle and is 11 years old. Well, now I want to see it. Can we get past muckle bullshit? Can I see the video? Can we see the video? Can we...
What are you
They're making it really hard to do this show. And again, I can't use ad blocker because if you use ad blocker, they block you from these sites.
No, they don't. They literally do not. That is a... Oh, man, that's such a lie.
Here it is. Ready?
The most spectacular.
He doesn't see a problem with this stuff.
Oh, my God.
Man, just use ad blocker, Phil. I can't do that. It'll block me. You know what? No, I shouldn't. Because if I do it to prove a point, it's just going... Yeah, I don't even fucking care. Just fucking get past this.
Oh,
just
man.
get past this segment,
yes, ultra felted. Ultra felted. Destroyed. Oh, my God. We have to see this. Muckleshoot bullshit. Oh, man. All right. Okay, are we done yet? No, it's still going. It's incredibly disturbing. Oh, it's still going? Skip ad. Good fucking Lord. Okay, here we go, right? Guys, we finally get to do it. We finally get to watch the video, and then I shout out to you.
Appeared in court this afternoon in connection with a string of convenience store robberies in Seattle.
So hold on. That kid holding that gun was 11 years old.
For King 5 News 5, I'm Joyce Taylor. Sebastian Robertson was in the King County courtroom this afternoon, and he joined...
Can I go full screen? Can I go full screen? This website's a piece of shit. I can't go full screen.
With the latest, one of the suspects, very young Sebastian. Very young, Joyce. One of the suspects believed to be caught on camera, just 11 years old. Prosecutors believe a rifle was involved. Say one suspect was 19, the other 21. Today, the trio, all 3 of them, appeared in 2 different courthouses. One juvenile, the other adult. 2 judges ruling all 3 will stay in custody.
Now hold on. That might be something clear. We just watched or read an article that said it was a 19 and a 21-year-old and a 13-year-old. That was a different trio. This is a completely different trio of criminals that are doing this. With this time, it's an 11-year-old instead of a 13-year-old. I'm not making this up. We are watching the actual news reports from my local news together right now.
I'm not making it up. I'm watching the news with you guys.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, right there.
Convenience store owner, 1 deep scene. Still processing fact. The 11-year-old boy is accused of holding up 2 of his employees at gunpoint.
I know, it's unbelievable. The new generation, I don't know what they're doing.
Seattle police believe the same trio is behind a series of convenience store robberies over an hour and a half Friday morning from Georgetown to West Seattle.
So they basically went around and did 4 robberies back to back.
Thieves, they say, were not deterred by the dozens of cameras inside the Georgetown Shell Station. Saturday night, according to court documents, police tracked the crew to a Hyundai driving near Tukwila, and they tried to pull the vehicle over.
Hyundai, which is what we said, that's the car they're stealing. They're stealing Kias and Hyundais.
Driver took off, leading police to this intersection in Seattle's First Hill neighborhood. One of the suspects even appears to be wearing the same jacket as seen in the surveillance video. All 3 were arrested Saturday night. Today, the 19 and 21-year-old faced a judge. The court setting bond at $400,000, finding probable cause over the weekend to hold both men on suspicion of 4 counts of robbery. As for Sing's convenience,
this is phenomenal.
The child and young men are still young enough to change
This is phenomenal. This is no different than watching the TV with DSP. This is so meaningless, man.
Remain in custody. Worth noting, there's no bail or bond system in the juvenile justice system, so that young person will remain in custody at least until the next trial date.
So, if this kid is found to be guilty of committing a crime, literally held a rifle up to a guy's head to rob him, and the kid obviously is going to go into some kind of detention, right? Juvenile detention or whatever. So what's the punishment for the parent? Why did the parent allow an 11-year-old child free reign to hang out with gang members who could provide weapons to the child to commit armed robbery?
I agree, Phil. We should just go ahead and
answers on
toss him in jail.
I want to know.
Can we give him capital punishment? Can we just go ahead and just line him up against the wall while we're at it?
Why do we live in a society here in the United States where parents are not accountable for the heinous actions of their children? That child should have had a home to grow up in with a loving parent or parents to teach them responsibility, to teach them right from wrong, morality. They got obviously none of that, correct? If they're going out at 11 years old, you want to know what I was doing when I was 11?
I don't care.
I was at home playing video games. I was playing outside with my friends.
When he was 11, he was literally going around with his mom in grocery stores looking at fucking action figures that he couldn't buy of He-Man. That's what he was doing when he was 11 years fucking old. When he was 11 years old, he was like, Mommy, Daddy, can you get me this comic book? I haven't seen this comic book in all of the stores. Can you get me this comic book? Buy me the comic book. And then, you know, when it's my, you know, comic book day, I can open up and like, there's the comic book. Yay. And they wouldn't get him the comic book or, you know, whatever. They give him something else. This dude literally would just go around and look at shit and he would never get the shit. And when he got the shit, he would be complaining about the shit that he got wasn't the right shit. God damn. I'll tell you what he wasn't doing back then. Robbing people at gunpoint.
Toys. I was collecting comic books. At that point, I think it was right around the time of the release. Let me think about that. It was Street Fighter. Yeah, Street Fighter had come out in 91, 92. So I was in arcades playing Street Fighter.
He's thinking about what video game he was playing. This is so fucking stupid.
You know, today there are so many things for kids to do that are productive. There's sports. There's all these other programs. There's education. There's hell, stay at home. Go on the internet. Do something. Do anything but hold up a store with a gun. Like, how did this happen?
Yeah, why don't you stay at home and go on the internet,
and who's going to be held accountable? Or is this kid just going to get thrown into the juvie system just to come out years later, have no family support, have absolutely nothing, and just basically become a criminal again the second they hit the streets? What's going to happen, right? I want to know. I seriously want to know what's going on. That there's this crazy epidemic of crime here in Seattle, including children stealing cars, teaming up with gang members, and holding people at gunpoint, holding them up. This is insanity. And it's an epidemic. Now, I'm going to show that I'm fair. Okay. All right? I'm upset about this happening. However, there have been some efforts to actually try to stop this from happening. To the extent that I feel like you can maybe do.
Part of the whole review.
For example, here's an article. This one's a couple weeks old. I'll admit. I think this is. Oh no, this is only this week. Holy shit. So, Seattle Mayor issues executive order creating a downtown activation team. The downtown activation team conducts targeted enforcement of dangerous and disruptive behavior and cleans and restores areas of concern. Here they are at Pike Place Market. Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell signed an executive order Friday establishing a downtown activation team pilot aimed at reducing crime and emergency calls. The pilot comes after the city began operations in the downtown core in early September. Officials said that the results are positive, prompting them to expand operations to the Little Saigon neighborhood early this month. In the Pike and Pine area near 3rd Avenue, violent crime has decreased by 27%, and emergency service calls decreased 14% since the efforts began. Our pilot is conducted to focus cleanings and connecting people to services, working in partnership with the community. The team brings together service providers from across the city and coordinates safety operations downtown and in the Chinatown International District and Little Saigon neighborhoods. It conducts targeted enforcement of dangerous and disruptive behavior and cleans and restores areas of concern. Public safety is top of mind, especially after a man was arrested for allegedly stabbing 10 people over 2 days in the past week in the Little Saigon area. So I want you to think about that.
These aren't interrelated. This is specifically in relation to a mass stabbing event. And if I'm not mistaken, that mass stabbing event, I think killed 2 people and one of them is in critical condition. If I'm remembering the exact story. Because that's something that cropped up very recently. If I'm literally thinking of the same thing. Little Saigon in Orange County is huge. I'm just wondering, like, the specific area that they're targeting. Chinatown and Little Saigon. But this isn't I don't think this is specifically dealing with the fact that the other stories were dealing with crime that was being committed with folks that were underage. I don't even understand what his original point was. Is it just crime in general? If it's crime in general, that's fine. But he harped too much about the underage kids and dealing with the parents. to really highlight and hit home the fact that this is just in crime in total. Like, I feel like I've lost the plot waiting for this ending.
This guy started stabbing people in the street. No one stopped him.
Was the one
he walked away. He continued to stab people. He stabbed 10 people before someone finally stopped him.
I remember hearing about that recently. I guess I can.
Where's the law and order? We know what happened last week in all the stabbings. It's scary. That's something we see. We're working on it. I've seen in the last couple of weeks the city being clean. I thank everyone for doing that. In September, the activation team completed 200 restoration actions and 100 graffiti abatements downtown. The team may be expanded to other neighborhoods beyond downtown. Herald is expected to submit 2 pieces of legislation to the city council to support the pilot program focused on deterring retail theft and stolen goods being sold in public spaces, as well as maintenance operations. They're calling the program a roaring success. So
how does this curtail theft? This might curtail, I guess, very particular crime in which possible low theft is happening due to, I don't know, maybe if you're hooking up services for people who need food or something, maybe? Not really explaining it well, and I don't know if the article is not explaining it well, but I'm not really understanding outside of they're just cleaning up things and giving people access to certain services, kind of hooking them up and shit. Very slightly confused here.
So, to make this clear, because you may not understand what this program is, this is not, we have a crack team of cops given reign to go to a part of the city and just slam the criminals. This is a group of people in the other enforcement areas, such as like a cleanup crew, would come to the area and start cleaning graffiti, start cleaning the sidewalk, start cleaning. And when they did that, crime went down. Why? Because if people are around and about doing work like that, the criminals probably don't want to be there. They want to go to the spot where they can get away with it and no one's going to see it, no one's going to harass them, and no one's going to hinder their getaway. So they're going to go do it in other places. You see?
The criminals are going to go somewhere else.
Crew. That sounds like they're sending Judge Dredd down there and he's going to start blowing people's heads off to stop. No, that's not what this is. But this is kind of like non-violent, non-police actions. They're trying to start this pilot program to help. I will say this, at least they're trying to do something. Something is better than nothing. Action is better than inaction. But I'm not convinced at all that these actions of a cleanup crew is actually going to have the effect desired of stopping crime, right? If you don't know, what actually happened here in Seattle was during 2020, COVID and the Black Lives Matter movement, Black Lives Matter movement, excuse me.
I was about to say, how do
all of the lawmakers here said, police have too much power, police brutality, police misuse. We've got to defund the police. We've got to depower the police. So they made all the laws different. So now, unless you commit a violent crime, you can't even get pursued. Unless you're stealing a certain amount of money, thousands of dollars of product, you can't even be arrested for it.
Black ladders
They made the laws so lax that there's no consequences for anything. So the criminals said, let's recruit kids because there's no consequences for any of us for anything. So let's just get away with it all. And now they actually had crime, like actual theft rings. People who go into stores in teams of 2 and 3, and they go in sweeping with bags and they just fill the bags. They walk right out the door. They go meet up at a house. The house is known as a fencing house. They dump all their product on the floor and they get paid a flat rate for how much they stole. And then they go out and do it again. The person in that house fences all of that product on the black market, or like they were saying there, marketplaces selling illegal product on the streets. They make a ton of money. And this has been happening for 4 years.
They're on the black market.
There are some stories where the cops have been able to actually track down and crack down some of this stuff. But here it has been a nightmare. Absolutely. It's like an IRL thieves guild. That's exactly right, Lord Lunchmeat.
And then somebody brings up the fucking Skyrim. And then someone actually brings up the Skyrim. It's like a thieves guild, dude. I'm just doing quests for the Thieves Guild.
It's 100%. But the funny part about it is, even me living here in the very left-leaning, very liberal part of the country, the people here have had it. They want things to go back to law and order. They're seeing businesses close down, people getting hurt. They're trying to fix it. The problem is it's a slow process. They've got to repeal all these new laws that they passed, which takes time. They've got to vote out the lawmakers who did this dumb shit. It's ridiculous. What happened is a lot of the lawmakers at that time, they passed all this stuff and then they resigned.
I really don't want
They passed all these laws. They said, well, no responsibility for me. I'm out. See you later. And they just walked away. So now the mess is left by other people to try to figure out how to fix. You know, I do not envy Mayor Harrell in any way, shape, or form. This man was left an insane mess of Seattle. Seattle used to be a beautiful city. When I moved here in 2014, Seattle was a huge focal point of tourism. There was beautiful Space Needle, awesome ferry that would go out onto that sound.
There was beautiful Space Needle, the one that he went to with his previous ex and his current wife. It's still there, but you know.
They're beautiful. All kinds of seafood, Pike Place, and the docks down there, and then all this cool tourism in the city. The freaking the pop culture, the science center, the pop culture museum, shopping, tourism, culture, industry. It was great. And then all of a sudden, all this crime swept in the last 5 years, and now people have outright said, "Man, it's like going there's a different place." It's like, you know what they're comparing it to? Old school New York City. Remember New York City before they cleaned it up? Remember when Times Square used to have like sex shops and stuff on it, brothels and shit? Remember that? That was like the 1980s and stuff. Like, that's what they're comparing it to. Like, you go around, you get robbed. You're gonna see people fighting in the streets. You're gonna see kids holding up stores. You're gonna see all this all this awful stuff happening. And it's completely different. And so, you know, it sucks because I live here and I want to go there again. You know, my wife moved in with me in 2018. It's now 2024. Do you want to know how many times we've been to Seattle? Once in 2019 or 2018. That was it. Since then, it got so bad, we don't want to go back. We're waiting for there to be a change, for it to go back to the way that it was. It was safe and it was fun. I'm not going to go there and have to deal with all this shit. Why? I'm asking for trouble.
I don't want to deal with the criminals, man.
And the same goes for many people. They just don't want to go there anymore. And that's why the businesses are closing and things are going back. They're trying to fix it. I cannot blame the mayor. He's trying to do stuff within his range of power. The problem is all the cops quit. Because basically they took all the power away from the police to police, and the police felt like, man, if I actually go out of my way to like arrest someone, I'm gonna get sued. They're gonna say that I violated their rights. They're gonna say that I went too far, and therefore the cops all quit.
It's going to be
so we have, I believe, as of a year ago, the report was we have the absolute lowest cop to resident ratio of like anywhere in the country. Like, we have the fewest cops to do anything because everyone quit. They're like, we're not gonna work this job. Why would we want to do this? Right? They're out of their mind. I'm out of here. So they all quit. So now, like, they're trying to have incentives. If you become a cop here, they give you like a sign-on bonus, and they give you all these perks, and people still don't want to do it. They're done with it. So there you go.
So
I will, from time to time, give you guys cumulative updates on how things are going here in the Seattle area.
Dude, he gives us weather updates like daily about what's going on in fucking Seattle. I don't want to hear what's going on in Seattle in terms of the fucking crime from DSP, the guy who sits holed up in his house because he doesn't want to step outside. He's like the worst barometer for things happening. There was a guy in his chat like a year ago who said he was already in Seattle and he said it wasn't that bad. And then he went to the ferry and he went to Pike's Place and he went to get seafood and all of that shit. And he called him a liar and he banned him out of his chat. I'm almost positive that's what ended up happening. Like, there was a whole segment. I think he was playing GTA at the time too. It was something really, really weird. But like, this dude, I get it. Like, he's really afraid of how bad his city that he lives in now is like deteriorated and shit. But I mean, what do you want me to say? Do you want me to say that you could have changed it? You're not doing anything about it? Like, DSP really isn't doing anything about it. He's sitting on his fat fucking duff complaining about it and hoping that things will just change. Literally sitting and hoping things will change. Well, who's going to make that change? Other people, not him. The last time DSP was able to make a change, it was like last Thursday when he donated $103 over to a fucking food bank that he made fun of. And hopefully things were going to change or something, right? Well, no, nothing did change. Yeah, he's afraid of everything. This guy is so lame. Yeah, Phil did call him a liar. He doesn't live in Seattle. He's 35, 40 minutes. You know how he's always waffled back and forth, where he says he's in Seattle, but not in Seattle, blah, 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 blah. But he's so super fixated on Seattle because that's like the big thing that he can brag about. I'm in Seattle. I'm in Seattle proper. I'm in the area of Seattle. Remember when he was playing The Last of Us 2 and he made such a big deal about like pointing out every little fucking stupid minute thing in Seattle? It was fucking retarded. I had to sit there and fucking live through that. It was the worst period. I didn't even have a fucking avatar at that point. God damn. This guy giving us a fucking lecture of how things should be and how things ought to be, man.
Because I talk about it sometimes casually in my content, but now that I actually have a political show, there's a place for it.
There's a place for it now.
Get you caught up on the Seattle situation.
I can tell you about Seattle.
Because I know that people want to know what's going on with me and my family. Why don't you go to Seattle?
Nobody nobody gives a shit about what the fuck is happening in Seattle. Literally nobody. When people are tuning into politics, they don't want to know what the fuck is happening in Seattle right now. This has nothing to do with politics. Literally, this has nothing to do with politics. Tell me, at what point did anything happening in this article tell you anything about the current state of politics? Anywhere. We have more pressing concerns that are happening abroad globally than we do in Seattle, Washington, about some teens getting arrested for holding up a person at gunpoint. Yeah, it's fucked up. Yeah, it's a symptom of a growing problem. But you're looking at such a microscopic fucking view. You're missing the huge ass picture. This is lame. You know what's even worse? It's lame, and it's lame news from a week ago. It's not even pertinent to today. And this is how we're gonna do all of our news. We have to wait until some news articles are submitted to him, and then it's a week old, and then he reports on it. Is it even pertinent then? Whether World War III could start, and it could start tomorrow, and then he's not gonna report on it until fucking Thursday of next week. And then you got to hear about it. Actually, he's not even going to do that. It's going to be fucking Thanksgiving. It'll be the week after.
This is why. This is exactly why. It's not safe. It's dangerous, and it's messed up, and it needs to be fixed. And hopefully they are going to fix it and go in the right direction.
Okay. Well, there you go. All right.
So, good stuff. Now I have a bunch of shout outs to do.
Okay.
And then to end tonight's show.
There you go.
I'm going to have a few rapid fire stories. 3 rapid fire stories to end the show. But I have to get all the pages to reload because, like I said, these news sites, they don't even work. They crash. Look at this one. Oh, God. It's so bad. Okay. This one. Okay. And did this one load? Okay. Good. All right. Shout outs. First of all.
I'm skipping past all this. All right, there we go.
From another country. Actually giving us
all right,
their take on what happened. So this is a completely neutral third-party observer from Singapore. So I
one in chat if I should skip this segment, 2 in chat if I should just go ahead and let this play. This is a guy from Singapore, so you know what that means. 1 to skip, 2 to play. 1 to skip, 2 to play. Oh, you guys are... Dooblanc, you are such a dickhead. You are such a dickhead. Okay, we're coin flipping. We're coin flipping, you fuckers. We're coin flipping. All right? We're going to do heads, we play. Tails, we skip. Fuck.
wonder if you guys can figure out who submitted this video. And they're going to give their take on what just happened in the presidential election. All right, let's take a look.
Despite a red wave powering Donald Trump's return to the White House, the United States remains deeply divided.
Okay, I agree with that statement.
Hi, this is Adrian Ang, Research Fellow and Coordinator of the U.S. Program at the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies, Nanyang Technological University.
2 times.
Former President Donald Trump has won the 2024 presidential elections by a significant margin.
I like how his volume isn't even that high.
Volume up indeed. Here we go.
We can't even hear him.
The Electoral College vote and the popular vote, something which eluded him in 2016. Republicans have also...
On. Now my bar is blocking his subtitle.
...retaken the Senate and appear on their way to retaining a majority in the House of Representatives.
They did. As of now, they did. They have everything. They got the House, the Senate, and the presidency.
Thank you very much. Wow.
In this election cycle, about 3/4 of voters said the country was on the wrong track, and a similar proportion of voters said that American democracy was under threat. These are never good for the incumbent, especially when more than half of voters said they were worse off now than they were 4 years ago.
But I don't understand. according to the Kamala Harris campaign, Americans were better. Remember, we're not going back. We've changed for the better. We're not going back because we're better off now. And Trump is going to take away all the good things that we have. But here is literally a neutral observer. All he did was look at polls and issues, took data, and he's stating facts. Singapore is not pro-Trump. I want you to understand that. They're not. This is a completely neutral party. Okay?
For voters, on the top of their minds were so-called pocketbook issues, economic issues having to do with jobs, inflation, affordable housing, voter disaffection.
Whoa, hold on. But I thought that the issues were about women's reproductive rights and Trump becoming a fascist and a Nazi czar that was going to take away all of our rights. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get it. I don't understand. I thought that's what the election was about, at least according to the Democrats. Oops. Oopsie.
In this electoral cycle was
Does he
more
even
than
remember
enough to
where he
override
was
any
getting
possible
oopsie
concerns
from?
they might have had regarding former
He
President
forgot to
Trump's
say oopsie
convictions, his
a long
character
time
flaws,
ago.
or his antics in the campaign.
He probably
So let me get
has
this
long
straight.
forgotten.
The American populace didn't care that the Democrats literally prosecuted him, Trump, for something that literally they all do too. They all commit these little white crimes and things, and they all get away with it because none of them prosecute each other. But all of a sudden, when someone's their political rival does it, then they go after him. They totally shot themselves in the foot. Because if they equally went after everyone this way, then there wouldn't have been an issue.
Instead
but
of
the
little
fact
black
is,
crimes?
these people do these things all the time. They misappropriate funds, they misclassify things, they do it to benefit themselves because they're rich and powerful. And all their buddies are the people who prosecute for it. So they say, turn a blind eye. I don't care that you did it. But all of a sudden, Trump did the same thing they all do, and he's the devil. Wait a minute. I think the American people were smarter than that. Oopsie poopsie.
Hey, look, he literally said the oopsie poopsie line. I literally think this guy has completely forgotten where he got oopsie poopsie from. He has literally forgotten where he got oopsie poopsie from. You know what the funny thing is? He started saying all of this. You want to know what the funniest part about this little oopsie poopsie shit? He picked this up from fucking Az from Heel versus Babyface. Specifically when Az was making fun of the woke people who were trying to insert fucking pronouns into everything. Specifically into, what was that stupid game? The space game, the Space Bethesda Skyrim game, I believe is what it was. That's literally where this all started. And he was getting made fun of on Twitter for making fun of that game, Starfield. Literally Starfield. He was getting made fun of on Twitter for that, and DSP joined in to make fun of Az by doing the oopsie poopsie thing because he was getting made fun of. But here he is taking on like similar positions in terms of like conservative values, or at least leaning red and wanting to be anti-woke. And he's sitting here and he's using oopsie poopsie unironically, forgetting the reason why he even started doing it in the first place. It is absolutely insane. Well, I know it was the least of the problems of the game, but the fact that it was in there, I believe it was that game he was talking about in the first place. But all this oopsie poopsie shit literally started because of that. Because of making fun of him. Well, it's also because Az was also making fun of DSP as well. So the whole oopsie poopsie thing was just like a jab at him because, you know, let me jab at this guy who made a jab at me because he was getting made fun of by other people who were on the left, specifically with the whole pronoun and anti-woke thing. Oopsie poopsie, oopsie poopsie. And he still repeats it to this day, unironically, which is wild. Absolutely wild.
Powered a Republican wave that swept across the country. This was evident in voting data.
Look at this. That's crazy. Look at this. This is insanity.
I don't really care about
so basically, only the two areas of the country that are ultra-liberal, the Northeast and the West Coast, voted liberal. The entire rest of the country said, we've had enough.
The county level, where the vast majority of the country's 3,000 counties showed a rightward shift in favor of the Republicans.
That's just crazy.
Can also point to a larger structural realignment of the American party system in favor of the Republican Party. Different voters are now moving towards the Republicans, especially young voters, African Americans, Latinos, Asians that were hitherto stalwart parts of the Democratic coalition.
So gee, maybe if the Democrats actually wanted to win, they should have actually ran on issues that those people cared about. instead of their little issue they picked here and the little issue they picked here and the little. Remember what we saw last week?
Maybe it's like
the woman who sadly was abused when she was 12 and had to have an abortion. The woman who got pregnant and then Roe v. Wade got overturned. She couldn't have the abortion. She had an infection. Okay, those are the exception to the rule. The common voter is not the person in that position. You have to run a campaign based on the wants and desires of the populace. It's okay to want to help those who are in those outlier positions. I feel for those people. But that's not how the election gets won. It's like they don't understand politics, but they're fucking politicians.
These groups are moving towards the Republican Party because the party is appealing to their concerns more than the Democrats. In a second Trump administration, we are very likely to see a continued strong U.S. military presence. In fact, one concern might be that a second Trump administration would push countries in the region to be more forceful in pushing back against perceived Chinese assertiveness in the South China Sea as well as the Taiwan Strait. In the first Trump administration, we saw twice as many freedom of navigation operations compared to the Biden administration, and we should expect something similar in the second Trump administration.
So basically he's saying expect more military issues, meaning, you know, if you're free to be able to go patrol in a certain area, they're going to go try to do that. But sometimes countries don't like that. Oh, why are you coming so close to us? You know, we're not friends. And, you know, I get it. And Trump probably will. Like, Trump is not a super fan of China. He's going to be pushing against China during his presidency. He's not going to get walked all over. So it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen in that regard. $250,000 man just gifted 3 subs to the community. Thank you, $250,000 man. That means we're up to $190 in contributions tonight so far. Thank you.
In the event of a contingency either in the South China Sea or in the Taiwan Strait, a Trump administration is very likely
I didn't know you could,
countries of the region
cross
choose
over.
between the United
Not
States
a
and China.
usually allowed
Something
thing in
that
those kind of
countries
games.
have said they do not wish to do.
There you go. So from Singapore's perspective, being completely neutral, they know the reason that the Republicans won the election is because they catered to the needs, the wants, and the concerns of the common American person instead of these fringe issues. And now they're saying, well, I got to be careful because probably what's going to end up happening is there's going to be more tensions between China and the U.S. with Trump in the presidency. And they might be like, hey, well, you got to pick one or the other. And a lot of countries don't want to do that. They don't want to put themselves between two superpowers and ended up being buddy with one, but then the enemy of the other. A fair assessment, right? I think that was a pretty good video, actually, because it's always interesting to see something outside of the bubble that you're in. And too often we only get bombarded with the bubble, and it's very, very bothersome. But now we actually got to see someone else talk about one of these issues, okay? Okay. I received a $2.
Next story, please. What is the next thing that we're watching? Jesus. There's your advertisement, Here we go.
So what had been happening? Right leading up to the night of the actual presidential election here in the United States, the polls were all saying that Donald Trump was winning, that Donald Trump had actually been turning the opinions in key swing states. So people were like, whoa, Trump actually has a good chance. Everything had been saying previously that Trump was going to lose.
Why is she snail trailing on the pillow?
All of a sudden, for 2 days before, it was saying Trump's going to win. Well, guess what? The day of the election, this supposed well-respected, well-regarded pollster came out and claimed they had run a poll citing that Kamala Harris was going to win Iowa. For those who don't know, Iowa is one of the key swing states that early on gets determined who their candidate is. And a lot of times people who hear that Iowa went one way or the other, it'll actually swing their vote. Oh, Iowa all voted for Kamala? Well, I'm going to vote for Kamala too then. Okay? So basically this poll, oh, Kamala's going to win. And a lot of people got nervous. They're like, wait, what? All evidence up to now have been saying that Trump has the lead. How on earth could Kamala be winning this? Okay, so Trump slams pollster whose totally fake poll showed Harris winning Iowa and calls for a probe. President-elect Donald Trump slammed retiring election pollster J.N. Seltzer and called for an investigation after her last pre-election day survey showed Vice President Kamala Harris topping the Republicans in Iowa, a state he ultimately won. Trump slammed Seltzer and then now ridiculed Des Moines Register and Mediacom Iowa poll hours after she announced she was calling it quits from election polling. Her last poll indicated Trump would lose to Harris by as much as 3 points in Iowa. But the future 47th president ended up winning the red state by a whopping 13 points on the way to recapturing the presidency. Not only did he win Iowa, he crushed Iowa.
Like the
trolls? Her poll was complete bullshit. It would have been one thing if her poll said, oh, it'll be close or this or that, and then she was just slightly off. She was way off, all right? A totally fake poll that caused great distrust and uncertainty at the very critical time. She knew exactly what she was doing, he wrote Sunday evening on Truth Social. Thank you to the great people of Iowa for giving me such a record-breaking vote, despite possible election fraud by Ann Seltzer and the now discredited newspaper for which she works. Now, it's not election fraud. You see what I say about Trump and his hyperbole? It's not election fraud. Election fraud would have been if someone messed up the votes. Like, actually, fraudulent votes were counted. She didn't do that. Her poll had nothing to actually do with election votes. It was an early poll supposedly saying people were saying they were going to vote for Kamala Harris or Trump. It's not election fraud. But you understand what I mean about Trump? He says things that are hyperbole that aren't true. She's never going to be held accountable for election fraud. She had nothing to do with the actual votes in the election. All right? An investigation is fully called for. It's unclear what type of probe Trump meant because he doesn't mean it. He's not going to do it. There's no probe to be had. When asked by USA Today if Trump implied a criminal investigation, a spokesperson for the incoming commander-in-chief said President Trump was very clear in his True Social post. So basically, no answer at all. Stephen Shum, the incoming communications director for Trump, also claims Seltzer beclowned herself. Beclowned? Now, that's a new word I think I need to start using. Beclowned.
Did he literally just learn of the word beclowned? Because that's been a thing for like more than 4 years. Oh my god. If this becomes part of his fucking vocabulary where we're going to hear the word beclowned, I'm not looking forward to that at all. I really am not.
Meth_bear cheered 50 big ups. It sure helped that votes for Trump couldn't be overcome by 3 a.m. mystery vote dumps and propagandist hold media. I assume journalists are malicious liars. Fuck them.
Yeah, if it's a journalist, you just by default gotta assume that they're there with a spin and they're probably gonna lie. That's just by default, number one. Number two, I mean, there's still places where they're quote unquote still counting, which is ridiculous, but I mean, they're out there. Long after it's over, they're out there trying to count.
Like when these idiots comes on my stream and acts like a moron, I'm gonna say, you have beclowned yourself in my chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's becoming part of this
she beclowned herself during the last days of the campaign in a seemingly blatant attempt to misinform the public for the benefit of Kamala Harris. The post has sought comment from Trump's camp. Stelzer says her exit was in the works for more than a year, and she planned on moving on to other ventures and opportunities earlier Sunday in an op-ed in the Des Moines Register. Would I have liked to make this announcement after a final poll aligned with election day results? Of course, she said, of the erroneous November 1st poll. It's ironic that it's just the opposite. In a post-mortem of the under fire poll, she said she found nothing to illuminate the miss, but guessed that respondents might have lied or changed their opinion after the poll was conducted. Let me get this straight.
Most of the time, what they end up doing for these fucking pollsters is they're very, very, very selective of who they call, where they call, and specifically the information that they harvest. They'll end up doctoring to make it seem a certain way over another way. That's kind of why these things get skewed the way they are, and they're never really truly reliable. That's just how it is when it comes to fucking pollsters. And it does also rely on people answering and being truthful and honest. I mean, I could answer a poll and I could just be like, yeah, I'm voting for fucking Harris. I could just be lying out of my ass. It's possible, yeah. But I mean, you're supposed to have that little bit of leeway with the amount of data that you're collecting. At the end of the day, though, it's bad polling data and it's bad pollsters massaging that data to fit whatever they wanted to have as their narrative.
She's going to say my poll was wrong because people purposefully lied in the poll?
It happens. It
Why
literally
would they have done
happens.
That? Like, it's anonymous. It's like, what?
It's not anonymous. It isn't. It depends on how the poll is being conducted. In fact, the reason why they're calling you up is because they kind of already know who you are and what you're registered as. Else they wouldn't be calling you in the first place. That's kind of how this information is, like, obtained. If he believes you're anonymous when they call you up at like fucking 8 o'clock in the evening, wanting to know who you're going to vote for, then he's a bigger beclowned idiot than most of these people who are pollsters.
What are you talking about? No, I mean, the reason why she's really under fire. Oh, my integrity means a lot to me, she wrote. To those who question it, there are likely no words to dissuade.
This is such a nothing story.
How would you have integrity when you're leaving? It doesn't matter.
This is an actual
so it doesn't matter
story,
if it was integrity or not. You're gone.
He doesn't know
You're never
how to
ever going to
this.
do another poll, so it doesn't matter. And look, the Des Moines Register executive editor Carol Hunter added in a separate note to readers, to date, no likely single culprit has emerged to explain the wide disparity. Yeah, it's called the poll was wrong. The poll was erroneous.
Called it was wrong.
Right?
That's
I
it.
mean, very, very
It was
clearly,
just wrong, guys.
There's a possibility, and it's only a possibility.
That's all
She's
it
on
was.
the way out.
It was just wrong.
She knows that this is her last poll, and it doesn't matter if it's real or not, so she fucking made it up to try to help Kamala, because she wanted Kamala to win. But it doesn't mean anything. It's kind of frivolous, but I get it. Trump's annoyed. And he has a right to be annoyed.
Yeah,
but then he has
I
to go
don't
on
know.
and he has to bluster and he has to use hyperbole. Oh, there's going to be an investigation. There's not going to be anything.
Do it after
this is exactly the
fact.
same as what he said about Hillary Clinton. He's, investigation.
Like, I feel like this guy back here, I feel like this guy right here, listening to this guy right over here, I'm like, yeah. I'm kind of giving him this look the entire time. I've been head has been cocked. I've just been kind of like with my hand right here. I don't know. You can't tell. Like I have to like lift my head so I can look at the monitor, so it makes it look like I'm paying attention. But I'm like half paying attention as it's just washing over me. The story is it's relevant, but he doesn't know how to determine it other than, well, she must have been fucking thinking it because she was going to quit anyway. Well, yeah, she's going to quit because her poll was wrong and she was embarrassed. That's probably why. I don't fucking know.
And lock her up and then nothing. He didn't do anything, right? He's not going to do anything. Okay? All right.
Yeah,
ladies and gentlemen, this has been a great night. I've had a great night with all of you. I hope that you've enjoyed DS Politics here tonight.
We have one more?
I'm going to leave you with one final topic.
Yeah, one more thing.
And we need to find, I want to do a topic like this every week, and I actually hope that I can get a topic like this every week. All right?
This is the
but I don't know what to
fishing
call
for
it.
more.
So everyone, I will need your opinions and your feedback on it. The
Here's
final segment of the show this
we're
week.
gonna call
Ready?
it DSP something.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our final story of the night. Ellen DeGeneres.
Well, it is the one story that I talked about earlier in the night, right at the beginning of my stream. And it is a like relevant and pertinent recent story, at least if you care about Ellen DeGeneres, which I think nobody does. And that's the fact that she's going over to the UK with her wife. There you go. Wow. Okay, so what is this? What is he gonna call this segment? Because what exactly is the segment? Is it gonna call about? Is it gonna be like the people who are self-deporting? Is it gonna call it the deport side fill segment? What are we gonna call this? I want to actually know what he wants to label this as.
DeGeneres and Portia de Rossi are leaving the US and moving to the UK.
All right, he's laughing about it. He's loving this.
Ellen DeGeneres and her wife Portia de Rossi are leaving to England. Oh, they're living in England and planning to sell their US home, according to multiple reports. Find out why. Take one guess why.
For attention.
The pair have moved to England and plan to sell their residence in...
It's literally for attention. This is all done for fucking attention seeking. They already have a home out there. It's not like they just bought a home and then they're packing their bags and then they're moving. They were living there anyway. Why is he making it? It's not like she sat there and burned her fucking her passport and her social security. He didn't do that. So it's literally a nothing. Who cares?
Montecito, California. Multiple outlets have reported on November 20th, citing sources as saying the reason for the relocation: former President Donald Trump's victory over Vice President Kamala Harris, who Ellen had endorsed in the 2024 election earlier this month. E-News reached out to reps for Ellen and Portia for comment, but they have not heard back. It seems the couple who tied the knot in 2008 is already settling in across the pond, as they were spotted last week visiting British host Jeremy Clarkson's pub, The Farmer's Dog. I seen in a video his girlfriend Lisa Hogan shared on Instagram. Ellen and Portia watch an acoustic performance of The Corrs. Ellen has owned several lavish properties in California over the years, including Montecito near Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, as well as Oprah Winfrey, but recently moved to the Cotswolds, a celebrity favorite rural area in England, including Burford, The Wrap, and TMZ has reported.
Wow. Imagine my shock. A bunch of fucking rich ass fucking people are having homes out in a different fucking country, and they could just move willy-nilly. They just happen to move or lean left, and they just they happen to just solve their problems by just going somewhere else. Wow, imagine my shock. Jesus, what a fucking story.
56-year-old largely stepped away from the spotlight in recent years. In 2022, she ended her daytime series, The Ellen DeGeneres Show, after 19 seasons. A move that came following an internal investigation of allegations of a toxic work environment. 3 senior staff members exited that production in 2020, with Ellen apologizing, saying things were going to start and be different, but then she just quit the show in 2020. So,
all right.
The story is Ellen DeGeneres has left the country because Donald Trump won the election. I have one response to this story.
Is he going to play a fucking MP4 like Jonah Jameson laughing? Because if he does, I'm probably going to skip that.
Good.
All right, good.
Now, everyone else who's a little whiny baby and can't take it, also go with her. Leave now and let the rational thought people stay behind. Okay? Get out. We don't need these kind of fucking people who whine and bitch and complain and cry and scream and cope and seethe. Wah! The election.
This
we
is
don't
amazing.
need them. We're here to
This
try
guy,
to live and
what a
coexist.
guy.
We don't need these people, these rabble-rousers. These
Like, this is the shit that we laugh at. Like, we chortle and we laugh at, and we get a little chuckle on Discord when we see the article. We read it, and we're like, oh, well, fuck them. Good luck, whatever, blah, blah, blah. We have a little larf, and then we move on. DSP's the kind of guy that sits here, and he makes, like, a half-assed thing as if he's like, yeah, we did it. We beat you, and we want you to leave and shit. Wasn't this guy, like, wanting to sit on the fence post and shit? Nah, he's not even hiding it right here. This is kind of funny. Mology eating good with that clip? Yeah, he's eating. Oh, man, he's going to be eating so good with this clip.
Idiots who don't even understand how democracy works, sitting here crying about it. Just leave the fucking country. I wish more celebrities would do this.
I wish
if you don't like how it works, leave. Stop trying to have an influence over everyone else in this country who's a normal person. Because Ellen DeGeneres is not a normal person. She's insanely rich. Why? I'm not sure. I never thought that.
That's funny. DSP goes towards the, why is this person an asshole? Is because they have a lot of money. Why do they have a lot of money? I don't fucking know. He literally can't even, like, make the argument about the whole rich people thing. So he sits there and now he's like, in a fucking weird spot. Now he has to bring it on home. He needs to bring the story home about how rich people are terrible or something. I don't fucking know. What's the moral of the story? Rich people are terrible? Because if he does that, then he has to, like, square the circle with Elon Musk and then with Trump. That's another thing too. This guy is going on and on about fucking rich people and shit and being fucking whiny babies and crap. This guy was such a whiny baby to Elon Musk. How does he feel about Elon Musk right now? Because Elon Musk backed Trump actually was one of the I would say a good reason why there was a lot of quick dissemination of news and fake news was the fact that where Twitter is currently owned by Musk. So what is he gonna say? What is this doofus ever gonna say when Elon Musk comes up to, like, be a point of contention? I don't know. I actually do not know. I want to see how that's gonna go down. I wish somebody would submit an article about, like, Elon Musk being part of, like, the board of wanting to reduce wasteful spending in the government. And I want to see what this guy's take would be, because you know how much he hates Musk. At the same time, he's going to have to sit there and he's going to have to carry water for Trump and just say this is a good thing. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe actually he'll say this is a bad thing and get somebody else. That's like the one story I want him to actually talk about.
Her stand-up was funny. I never thought that her show was entertaining or funny. I've seen several episodes of it. I could literally go right to sleep when it's on. I never once cracked a smile or thought that there was anything of value. It's the most milquetoast, boring, shovel crap that I've ever seen on daytime TV. It never had a lick of value. But people liked safe stuff, and they saw her as the ultimate safe host. Then she got exposed for being not the Miss Nice Woman, the goody two-shoes, the wholesome, family-friendly person. In fact, she was a bitch. No one liked her. Behind the scenes, people reported all this kind of stuff, that she was abusive, that she was awful to her employees.
Could you imagine at some point somebody's going to submit something about illegal immigrants? I mean, he can control the stories because at the end of the day, those last 3 clips are literally clips that other people submitted. But at some point, he has to tackle, like, illegal immigrants. So then how does he do that? Is he going to also say you need to fucking pack your bags and leave? I mean, I'd be of agreement if they're here illegally. I can say that because that's my opinion that I hold. As a person who literally had his mother legally migrate here, who's had family members legally migrate here, this is kind of like a thing that I can at least put my 2 cents in because I kind of have, you know, some kind of dog in this race. But how would he deal with it? What kind of thoughts would this dude have? Do you think he would say that to fucking people of a different skin tone other than jaundice yellow? Maybe. Maybe, you know, I actually want to know.
Awful to the guests. Some of the guests literally hated her. But then they go, what's the right thing to do? If you don't go on the Ellen show, people are going to say that basically you didn't really do the right thing and you snubbed her, and then you're going to be bad in Hollywood. People aren't going to like you. So people had to tolerate her for 19 seasons of shit. And then finally, people came together and stepped up and exposed her to the vile person she really was. And then no one wanted to watch her show anymore. She tried to come back and failed miserably.
Wow. Wonder who we can relate this to. Remember when DSP had a golden age period and everybody watched him? And then he got exposed for being an asshole and nobody really watches him now? Not the same thing. That's different things. We're talking about Ellen right now.
Good riddance to bad rubbish and rich bitches like her who didn't deserve a lick of success to begin with. Fake ass people who shove narratives down your throat that are fake. I wish more of Hollywood would leave.
This is funny.
Because there's too many people like her who keep trying to sway Americans who are hardworking and live in the real world. Not the planet and the universe they live in and her 17 luxury homes and all this bullshit. We live in the real world.
Does DSP live in the real world? This dude is looking to DoorDash 3 separate burgers from 3 separate places. Because people on the internet give him money to give milquetoast takes like this. This dude barely steps out of his house once a week to get cat litter and some groceries and some fast food for his fat, overweight wife. Because she works an actual 9 to 5, probably still, who knows? Maybe not a full 40 hours, but she does work it. And this dude literally sits there and he complains on the internet that a streak might end if you don't give him enough Australian dollars. This guy right here. He's talking about this guy being in the real world. I mean, I guess if the real world is being in these 4 walls, playing a video game like Bloodborne, and then complaining that like I'm constantly dying due to the bad camera or the bad controls, and people aren't supporting over on Kick or over on YouTube for the last hour, maybe that is the real world to somebody who has a very, very stunted view of what the real world is. But this dude hasn't lived in the real world for maybe the past like 20 years. He's forgotten what the real world is like. The last time this dude lived in the real world would have been back when he was tossing salads at the food place, not the, you know, the butt stuff. That's the last time he fucking lived in the real world, man. Not even when he was at the helicopter company. I don't think he was in the real world. At that point, it was kind of given to him.
We need inflation to go down. We need prices to go down. We need jobs and food on the table and crime to go down. We want our borders secure. She doesn't have to worry about any of that, ever, because she's fucking rich. So of course she wanted Kamala Harris to win. But then she can't take the loss. Oh, now for 4 more years, we're going to have Trump. Good. Goodbye. So long. Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out. No one's going to miss you. And by the way, in the UK, no one's going to give you a show because no one likes you there either.
That's going to be funny if she ends up being a guest on a show, and it doesn't matter if she has a whole lot of money. This is literally a parting shot to somebody who will never hear it and will never care even if they did hear it. Because they're in such a high position, it'll never truly matter to them. Same guy, by the way, who's asking for $250 to eat 3 burgers. Pretty cool, huh?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for DS Politics this week. I hope that you enjoyed the second show ever. Thank you. Last shout outs here.
All right, I don't want to hear the last shout outs. All right, look at that. He'll eat 3 burgers.
Please become a submissions member over on DSP Reacts and submit your stories, clips, all this stuff. This helped tremendously. This week's show was made because of you and you guys giving me your input and support, and it worked well, all right? Great show. We had tons of topics to cover. Let's keep that momentum going next week, all right? Thank you so very much, everyone. I wish you the best. I hope that you enjoyed DS Politics. All right, guys, I'm out of here for the night. Now. Reminder that tomorrow we're back to a final day of gaming. We're going to have a level 1 podcast in the morning, where as long as we hit the goal, we're going to be ordering multiple smash burgers for a head-to-head taste test.
You already hit the goal. What are you talking about? You hit the goal. He got the... Did he not pay attention? He literally forgot he hit the goal. I don't even know. He's forgotten. He has so much support here. He's completely forgotten, and you got to give him some more money.
Whatever. And it's going to be the premiere of Stalker 2.
There's one more left. He already got over the amount. So you're telling me he has to hit 150 tomorrow to eat these 3 burgers that he's going to order tomorrow? Always rounds down. Dude, he has the amount that he needed. He already has the 50 extra for each burger now. What are you talking about? He said he only needed 14 more, like today. He only needed to make 64 more today to eat the 3 burgers. Has to be that day? Oh my God, bro. This is such a shit show. Get out of here.
On that first stream. Tomorrow night on the late stream, it's going to be more Friday Night Fights. This time Street Fighter 6. Likely either playing with M. Bison or Honda. I'm not sure which, but it'll be one of those characters tomorrow night. Street Fighter 6.
Oh my
All right, everyone.
God.
I wish you the best. Please have a good evening. Thank you so much for your support. You've been a great audience, and I will see you all tomorrow morning. Everyone, have a good night. And, of course, God bless America. See you tomorrow.
Wow.
Bye-bye.
Wow. God, hit us with a God bless America at the end. Ooh. What's that comment up there? I don't think your opinion about Detractor channels being so much better had anything to do with the topics being discussed. What did you think was going to happen? What? I don't know. Maybe he's talking to somebody else. I thought he was talking to DSP. What an end to a fucking nonsense. That was crap. I can't believe it. I mean, I can believe it because, I mean, I sat there through it. But Jesus Christ, that was infinitely worse. All right, let me get a different soundtrack. What's a better soundtrack I can listen to? Chill music, chill music, chill music, chill music. Sonic and Chill? Yeah, Sonic and Chill. Hell yeah. Man. What's my take on the Kino Casino drama? Well, I've said it before in the Discord, and I also said it as well at the beginning of the stream to repeat what I've indicated. I think it's kind of silly. I think that there are a lot of large claims that are being made that are being overblown. If it's in terms of Worski relapsing and doing coke, I mean, is anybody really surprised? I'm not surprised. If he's doing more coke, it's like, okay, well, that's not whatever. He'll go to rehab again, I guess, and then we'll fail again, I guess. I don't fucking know. The whole black hookers thing, not terribly surprising, though. Hearing somebody needed to be pushed into completion was very far-fetched, I would say. I'd be surprised if he wasn't. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Some of the stories were like a little out there. There was some corroboration with Liana or whatever her name is as one of the mods in the Kino Casino chat. I mean, I think the funniest part out of that is hearing that some pay pigs left. A pay pig was the one who funded the whole trip out to Vegas, and then some pay pigs left after the Salt Poppy fight because they were making fun of Worski apparently. But all in all, I think it's, I don't know, it's a funny as fuck story. It's funny if true. It's not the end of the Kino Casino though, so it's whatever. I think DSP has any pay pigs that would take him to Vegas. I feel like there would be somebody crazy enough to take Phil to Vegas. I don't know if they would have the full-blown experience, but I feel like somebody would do it. Whether or not Phil will go, though, is another story entirely. But, you know, they're willing to get him all sorts of stuff, right? Give him money to literally do nothing. Be surprised if it wasn't. Yeah. Okay, well, I am officially done. Andy is an absolute card, but he will be okay as long as he keeps a handler around like PPP. I agreed. PS5 Pro, TVs, other supplies. Yeah, you gotta really supply him in. I don't think there's anybody I can raid on YouTube tonight. I don't really want to go over Captain Alex stuff right now. I'll probably go over it on Twitch. He did make some new videos though. I think I did go over the one the other day, but he put out a new one. This one is another Captain Alex If I Ruled the World. This one is what he would do if he was like the CEO of YouTube. Basically, the summary of that video is if he had it his way, he would be the CEO of YouTube. He'd have 1 billion subscribers. All his friends would have a lot of subscribers and they would be famous. His defectors would be all removed from the platform, and people he didn't like would be hit with copyright strikes because he doesn't like them. There you go. That's what he would do. And also Universal Studios would move to Canada, and his dad would have a prosthetic finger. That's if he ruled the world. These are literally just if he ruled the world with an iron fucking fist. I don't know. Some people like that, but I don't care for it. I don't really care about his what DSP's like last shit for the night. His daily crap. I could give a shit less. Let's see. Iviga streaming? Hey, Iviga streaming.
They got the house.
I can go ahead and send you guys over to Iviga if he's still alive. And hang out over there or something. Let's see, can I add the redirect? I probably can. Look at that, I can add the redirect. Perfect. All right, I'll send you guys over to Iviga. You guys can hang out over there. I'm basically done. I'm done for the night. I was originally going to do 24 hours for tomorrow. It is being postponed. There's a lot of nonsense that I got to do for Saturday. A lot of shit that I got to do for Friday. I was also thinking about whether or not I want to boot up a game stream tonight, but it's already 1:30. And I don't know how long I'm going to be alive, but I got to kind of wake up a little early today to take care of some shit. I'll be on later in the day though. I'll try and do a semi-long stream on Twitch. If you want, you can hit me up on Twitch, twitch.tv/ANG1337. Whoa. Do I stream on Twitch? Not often, but sometimes I do. You can go over there. I have to work some things out though. Sorry about it. A lot of issues, a lot of nonsense with work as well. A lot of personal stuff too. But I don't know. I'll get around to it. Hopefully you had a little bit of fun. This was an exercise in futility. But you know what? It's enjoyable to me, even though it's kind of depressing and exhausting as well. Because it is fun to just see how DSP like thinks. In this case, he's just cheering on a team that I don't even think he fully believes in, which is kind of funny in its own way. I don't know. I'll set up the filming stuff for the VR chat probably sometime next week. I'll do it on YouTube, so if people are wanting to, they can probably hang out. Maybe, I don't know. They can. We'll need some extras. We'll fish around for some people though. I already have some people in mind, but if we need some extras, you know, you can join in. Thank you for the biddies over on the Twitch side, even though I didn't stream on Twitch. Thank you for people came by. Thank you for the raid earlier. Detractor Bean. Have a good night. God bless. And all of that nonsense. Don't take it too seriously too, the political shit. Like, look, I say I voted for Trump. I'm like center right. But like, at the end of the day, I'm not gonna sit there and like, disown you or whatever because we don't agree politically. None of that shit really truly matters to me. You know, unless you're going around murdering people with a, what's it, an ice pickaxe, whatever DSP said that guy was murdering with, then I'll disavow you. But, you know, don't think it's not a serious thing. If you play it like a sport, you're playing the wrong thing. You gotta, you know, vote for the person who's gonna tickle your balls the most or something. I don't fucking know. Okay. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Have fun at Ivigas. We see you next time.